Chapter 37:24. Oh, before Yixian could finish his words, an angry howl suddenly came from the flagship fortress of the greedy wolf clan's fleet. In between, there was a faint aura of a universe master. Obviously, this was a universe master in the 15th realm of the greedy wolf clan who was enraged. This was indeed the case. Although there were many clans that were criticized by Yixian at this time, none of the top 10 clans in the second universe were spared, including the Dar Turtle clan that had not come this time. However, compared to other clans, the Greedy Wolf clan had a violent temperament. In addition, Yixian said that he was suspected to be a close relative of a weasel, and that his meat was either smelly or sour. This was not the first time that the Greedy Wolf clan's powerhouses had heard such words. Back then, young Master Linghu had humiliated the Greedy Wolf clan like this and killed the clan's young master, Langanglai. This kind of shame and humiliation had appeared again this time. With the violent temperament of the Greedy Wolf clan, it was obvious that they could not hold it in. Although the Star Lord Old Monster in the clan's fleet did not say anything, the Greedy Wolf clan's Taoist son, Langanglai, who was accompanying the fleet, could not hold it in and roared angrily. "Little monkey, you are relying on a group of Star Lord Old Monsters to support you. What kind of ability are you to talk nonsense? Is the bloodline of the ancient ape demons so despicable? I, Langanglai, am also a young descendant of the Greedy Wolf clan. Do you dare to fight? I will definitely suppress you." Oh, as the voice sounded, a figure rushed out of the flagship fortress of the Greedy Wolf clan's fleet and floated in the void in front of the fortress. He immediately activated the bloodline in his body and showed his bloodline true body. This was a greedy wolf with a height of 1,000 feet and a body full of blood-colored hair. There was not a single strand of mixed hair. Ferocious flames filled the sky. He raised his head and roared toward the sky. "Langanglai, the Taoist son of the Greedy Wolf clan? He is indeed extraordinary. Although he is a young descendant, his cultivation realm is not weaker than some of the clan's elders. He has stepped into the 15th realm. In the three Great Plains, I reckon that only the Taoists of the various clans can possess the cultivation level of the Universe Almighty in the younger generation. They are all hidden and nurtured with all their strength. They won't come out easily. I didn't expect that the Greedy Wolf clan would actually send out their Taoists this time. For such a young, almighty being of the universe, I'm afraid that even in terms of talent, he's not weaker than Prince Xian, young Master Linghu, and the rest of the 7 peerless geniuses. You can't say that. The Taoists of the various clans have been nurtured through years of accumulation. Although their cultivation realms are stronger than Prince Xian, young Master Linghu, and the rest of the 7 peerless monsters, the latter earned the title of monster with his own strength. In my opinion, if we're talking about talent, the Taoists of the various clans can't compare to him. There's no point in arguing about this because everything will be revealed very soon. Isn't there a Tao child and an unparalleled monster here? It seems that a great war is about to break out. After this war, whether the Taoists of the various clans who have been nurtured for many years are superior, or the 7 peerless demons are superior, we will soon know. Hearing these discussions, the eyes of Jiao Kong, the old monster in the flagship fortress of the Blood WIRM fleet, flashed. He seemed to be moved as he muttered to himself, "This is an opportunity. It seems that this little demon ape must be the child of some ancient ape demon at the sector lord level in the core hinterland. Otherwise, why would he have 20 star lords guarding him? Even the 2 old monsters, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, are afraid of him? Besides, he's only at the cosmic state, yet he can run rampant in this star zone, the source of all evil. It's very likely that there's only one sector lord in the core hinterland ahead. Otherwise, his child wouldn't be so rampant. It seems that if we can capture this little demon ape and make the ancient ape demon at the sector lord level hesitate, we'll be able to take the initiative. After all, it's extremely difficult for such a being to have a descendant. Seeing that he sent 20 star lords to guard his child, it's obvious that he values him very much." Jiao Kong became excited as he spoke. He secretly sent a voice transmission to Lang Gongxiang, who had already rushed out of the flagship fortress of the voracious wolf clan and was provoking him. Lang Gongxiang. I'm Jiao Kong. This kid's identity is very sensitive. The older generation like us can't do anything. Otherwise, it would be even harder to capture him. I'll leave this mission to you. Continue to provoke him with words and ask for a battle between peers. Capture him at all costs. As long as he's restrained, I'll take action as soon as possible. Lang Gongxiang's eyes glittered. He vaguely guessed what Jiao Kong meant. If they could capture the little demon ape, the Alliance army of the Second Universe will be able to enter the core hinterland again and obtain the treasures there. Lang Gongxiang would definitely be the first to take the credit then. Lang Gongxiang was both angry and greedy at the thought of that. He was afraid that the little demon ape wouldn't accept the challenge, so he shouted even louder, "Roar! Little monkey, are you scared? If you are, go back to your mother and drink milk. You shouldn't have come to this space battlefield. Roar!" This was no longer a clamor. It was clearly a humiliation. The 20-star Lord-level ferocious beasts protecting Yixian were instantly enraged, and a few of them were about to charge out. Wait, he claims to be a junior. How can we bully him? Before those Star Lords could rush out, Yixian sneered and dashed forward. You're just a cosmic state weasel. I can kill you easily. Roar. When he finished speaking, Yixian had already reached the battlefield in the void. Although he was much smaller than Lang Gongxiang's greedy wolf bloodline true body, he was only 30 meters tall. However, he was fearless. Among the 3 greedy wolf bloodline true bodies, the greedy wolf bloodline true body faced the enemy and punched out. You'll know who's going to kill who soon. Roar, Lang Gongxiang sneered. Without moving, he raised his head again and let out a long howl. There was no anger in his howl, nor was there any emotion. Instead, it seemed to be even longer. There was a strange rhythm within the howl, causing people's hearts to tremble. It was an indescribable feeling. Soon, a strange scene appeared. Following Lang Gongxiang's long howl, a bright silver moon slowly appeared in the sky of the buffer zone of the source of all evil, shocking the entire audience. It was obvious that this strange moon was related to Gang Chong. It was summoned by the mysterious wolf howl that he was currently emitting, or rather, it was condensed. Yixian's eyes glittered. The greedy wolf howls at the moon? It wasn't the first time he had seen such a scene. Yixian had experienced it from Lang Ganglai, the young patriarch of the greedy wolf clan, during the battle in the Shinnon Cauldron. Obviously, the so-called Dao child of the greedy wolf clan was much more important than the young patriarch of the clan. Chapter 3725. But in fact, in any race, there is a hidden bloodline inheritance system, which is the Taoist bloodline. They are the true foundation of the bloodline inheritance of the entire race. Because of this, it was understandable that Lang Gongxiang's cultivation base was higher than the young patriarch Lang Gonglia's. Although both of them were well-known figures among the younger generation of the greedy wolf tribe, Lang Gongxiang obviously had more cultivation resources than the young patriarch Lang Ganglai. It can be said that for any race, the young patriarch can be abolished and replaced, but the Taoist absolutely cannot be lost. It is too difficult to cultivate them. At this time, Lang Gongxiang has indeed shown talent and strength that far exceeds Lang Ganglai. The same greedy wolf howls of the moon is displayed by him, and its power is clearly stronger than Lang Gonglia's. The greedy wolf's howl to the moon is an ancient divine ability passed down in the bloodline of the greedy wolf clan, but not every member of the greedy wolf clan can awaken it. Sometimes it is normal that no one can awaken it in several generations. The bright moon in the sky is actually not a real moon, but a projection of the bloodline ability. It has a mysterious power. It is said that where the light of this bright moon shines, all the energy will be taken by the user of this bloodline ability, and it can be swallowed and controlled at will. In such a case, the members of the greedy wolf clan who boasted such bloodline techniques were almost invincible. They were like a real greedy wolf who could replenish their consumption endlessly in the battle and greedily loot all the energy illuminated by the moon, including those of their opponents. Previously, When Yi Xian was fighting with the younger generation of the Second Universe in the internal space of the Shinnon Cauldron, he was quite moved by Lang Gonglie's greedy wolf howls at the moon. This kind of bloodline ability that can continuously devour energy in a large area for its own use in battle is indeed a bit heaven-defying. As long as the bloodline ability exists, it can continuously replenish energy, and it is simply in an invincible position, becoming an unkillable cockroach. In order to test the power of this bloodline ability, Yi Xian did not hesitate to wave his hand and throw out 2 spiritual lightning techniques. Of course, he was using one of his 3 true forms, the body of black fog, so it wouldn't arouse any suspicion. It was obvious at a glance that this body of black fog was proficient in energy attacks, not blood and chi power. Kacha! Kacha! 2 bolts of invisible lightning struck out toward the head of the greedy wolf in the void ahead. However, at the same time as these 2 lightning bolts crackled, the strange and hazy moon in the sky suddenly flashed. Immediately after, the moonlight poured down, and the outline of 2 thick lightning bolts vaguely appeared in the sky. As soon as the 2 lightning bolts appeared, they completely collapsed, turning into a faintly visible energy that quickly shot toward the bright moon in the sky. Sure enough, it was devoured again. Wherever the moon of the greedy wolf shone, all energy could be devoured. Lang Gongxiang's mastery of this divine ability was far greater than Lang Gonglie's, even though he had not reached the level where he could instantly devour all energy with the moon of the greedy wolf. However, in this moonlight zone, the more active the energy was, the more likely it was that the bright moon would sense and exert divine power on it. Then, it would decompose and devour the energy. The speed of these 2 lightning bolts was too fast and extremely active, so they were instantly captured, decomposed, and devoured. Yi Xian was not surprised by this scene, but most of the Starry Sky Masters and the warships around the void all had their mouths wide open. Their faces were blank, and it was obvious that they were extremely shocked. The greedy wolf howls at the moon was indeed extraordinary. Even this kind of invisible lightning was defeated, and its energy was devoured. Moreover, the bright moon manifested by this divine ability clearly had some kind of connection with Lang Gongxiang himself. It allowed him to replenish his energy at any time during battle through the bright moon of righteousness. This was a lost ground. Your lightning divine ability is useless against this Taoist. In the area illuminated by the moon of the greedy wolf, the more active the energy is, the more likely it is to be instantly sensed and captured, then decomposed and devoured. The more you use, the greater the benefits this Taoist will receive. Ha! Seeing that one of the 3 real bodies of Yi Xian, the black fog body, was decomposed and devoured as soon as it released 2 invisible lightning bolts, Lang Gongxiang laughed complacently and suddenly waved his hand. Now, let's test the power of your lightning divine ability. Crack! Crack! To everyone's surprise, 2 strange cracking sounds suddenly came from the strange bright moon in the sky at this moment. Then, 2 moon-white lightning bolts struck down at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they were above the head of Yi Xian's devil-ape real body. In the void, all around, exclamations sounded again at this moment. What? There's actually such a change? Not only did it decompose the opponent's attack, but it can also restore it and counterattack after devouring it directly? The moon of the greedy wolf is simply too amazing, okay? Or, Lang Gongxiang's talent can't be so abnormal, okay? Yes, it's really too abnormal. To be able to comprehend the bloodline divine ability of the greedy wolf clan to such an extent and trigger the transformation of restoring and counterattacking. This is too amazing. Even in the greedy wolf clan, there are very few people who can awaken this bloodline divine ability. In the younger generation, it seems that only the former young master of the clan, Lang Ganglai, has this talent. I didn't expect that Lang Gongxiang not only awakened the moon of the greedy wolf, but also comprehended a new transformation. As expected of the Taoist of the clan, this time, the prince of the indigenous fierce beasts, this lawless little devil ape, is probably going to be defeated. Although the ancient devil ape's bloodline is heaven-defying and has 3 real bodies, in the face of such a powerful ability, all energy attacks are useless and even have a reverse effect. His cultivation realm is lower than Lang Gongxiang's, so he can't fight at close range at all. It's like his hands and feet are tied, and all means are ineffective. The only result is that he can only be suppressed. Bang! Awoo! As soon as the last discussion fell, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the void battleground in front of them, followed by an extremely mournful howl, full of unwillingness and pain. The primordial little devil ape, who was expected by the powerhouses to not dare to fight at close range, directly teleported to the side of Lang Ganglai without any scruples, dodging the 2 moon-white lightning bolts at the same time. Then he flipped his hand and summoned a giant cudgel, which was 1,000 feet long, and held it in the right hand of the primordial little devil ape, which was covered with black hair, and smashed the cudgel on the head of the giant wolf. Chapter 37:26. Awoo! A long, mournful howl resounded. Lang Gongxiang's huge eyes rolled up as he passed out on the spot. On the top of its head, a suspicious bulge the size of a small hill quickly appeared. Obviously, it was directly knocked out by the giant stick in the hand of the small Archean demon ape. It could be seen that the strength of the stick was so great that it made people shudder. This cudgel was actually another component of the Shenong cauldron, the Shenong pestle. This pestle had already been refined by Yi Xian, so it could change its shape at will. It could be big or small. Right now, when it was taken out by Yi Xian, it had deliberately changed its shape. It cannot be seen at all. It had turned into a big weapon with a thin head and a thick head like a spiked cudgel. The small primordial ape demon was only about 100 feet tall, but it was holding a huge cudgel that was over 1,000 feet long. With just one strike, it knocked out the Taoist from the Greedy Wolf clan. Even the almighty expert's head was not able to withstand the blow, and a huge bruise appeared on his head. It was simply too ferocious. What a bullish *T Taoist. His head is too weak. Such a big bump appeared on his head after a light hit. He passed out immediately. I haven't even hit him enough yet. Just as the countless experts in the void opened their mouths in shock, the small archaic demon ape with 3 heads and 6 arms muttered in a human voice. It held the cudgel in its right hand and one of Lang Gongxiang's hooves in its left hand. It turned around and dragged Lang Gongxiang toward the 20-star lords behind it. This scene made countless people dizzy. The dignified Taoist of the Greedy Wolf clan, a mighty figure of heaven and earth in the 15th realm, looked like a prey that had just been hunted. He was dragged away in the void without realizing it. What made people even more speechless was that the guy who did this was still muttering to himself softly, complaining that his head was not hard enough and that he would pass out after a light hit. It was not satisfying at all. Pooh, pooh. Far away, in the warships of the Greedy Wolf clan's fleet, the sound of vomiting blood could be heard clearly. Even the Star Lords who were commanding the fleet were infuriated by the abrupt scene. Seeing that the Taoist of his race was about to be dragged away, the Star Lord of the voracious wolf race could no longer care about anything else. After spurting out a mouthful of blood, he immediately rushed out of the flagship fortress. Roar! Little devil ape, let go of my clan's Taoist, or else we won't rest until we're dead. Roaring, the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolves simply activated his bloodline and revealed his true form, which was a silver-haired greedy wolf that was thousands of meters long. The terrifying pressure of a Star Lord spread out and turned into a wolf head that was thousands of meters long. It then bit Gongxiang, who was dragging the wolf and was retreating. The little devil ape swooped down. Screech! Old wolf monster, don't you dare move. How shameless! You were the one who said that it was a battle between the younger generation, and now that you've lost, you're the one who's bullying the younger generation. Is the Greedy Wolf clan all so shameless? Do you really think we're pushovers? If you want to fight, we'll annihilate all the members of the Greedy Wolf clan today. In the void up ahead, the 20-star Lord ferocious beasts all moved. They rushed out and arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye, protecting him behind them. However, They didn't stop and rushed in the direction of the greedy wolf clan's fleet. They were ferocious all the way, and it seemed like they were going to take this opportunity to get rid of the entire greedy wolf tribe fleet. Boom! The Jing armor Earth Dragon took the lead. He was a peerless old man who had reached the peak of the 9th rank. He was extremely fast. He had revealed his true form, which was almost 10,000 meters long. He then shattered the wolf head that the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf Clan had launched. Phew! The Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf Clan suffered a backlash as soon as the technique was shattered. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fellow cultivators, don't be agitated. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Before the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf race could react, Jiao Kong, who was in charge of the Second Universe's fleet, spoke. An invisible force wrapped around the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf race and pulled him out of the battlefield, shooting back toward the Greedy Wolf race fleet. Jiao Kong was about to explode at that moment. He had never expected that the Dao disciple of the Greedy Wolf Clan would be so useless. He had been knocked out by the little monkey in the blink of an eye. Not only had he passed out, he had also been dragged away in public. It was truly humiliating. However, the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf Clan was so impulsive that he even wanted to chase after the monkey, claiming that he would fight to the death. That old B** starred gave the monkey an excuse to attack, and it was very likely that he would infuriate the ancient demonic ape at the center of the battlefield. That old monster was a terrifying being at the Sector Lord level after all. He wouldn't attack easily. However, the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf Clan had taken the initiative to claim that he would fight to the death. That was simply courting death. Jiao Kong was so angry that he could only try to mediate the situation, which was equivalent to forcing him to show weakness. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of the army of the Second Universe, and the strongest person in that army. Now, in order to ease the atmosphere, he had no choice but to say such words of weakness. This had a great impact on the morale of the entire fleet. Fortunately, the monkey had restrained himself in the end. Even though the 20-star Lord Realm native beasts were strong, there was still a gap between them and Jiao Kong, who was at the Region Lord Realm. At this moment, when they noticed that the little monkey was unharmed and a Region Lord had shown weakness, they could be considered to have barely obtained an explanation, so they didn't continue pursuing relentlessly. All of the 20-star Lord Realm ferocious beasts stopped in midair after Jiao Kong spoke. After a few more cries of indignation, he turned around and retreated to a spot thousands of kilometers away from the other side of the void. Right when Jiao Kong thought that this matter had temporarily come to an end, Yi Xian, who had retreated to a spot millions of kilometers away, turned around at this moment. The club in his hand vanished, and with a flip of his hand, he withdrew a ferocious black demonic blade. He didn't say anything and slashed at Lang Gongxiang, who was being dragged behind him. Ow! A shrill howl resounded once more. This strike had sliced off Lang Gongxiang's left hind leg, and it woke him up from the pain. He howled before falling unconscious once more. That hit was really too vicious. Even now, his brain was still buzzing incessantly. Suddenly, the pain woke him up for a moment. It was just a conditioned reflex. You want to fight to the death? Come, let's hurt each other. Chapter 37:27. Roar. Oh, the Star Lord of the Voracious Wolf Clan roared furiously, his voice shaking the surroundings. But this time, he didn't continue to taunt and taunt. He had already realized how unwise his actions had been. However, watching the path chosen of the Greedy Wolf Clan being chopped off by the primordial demon ape and roasted in public made him furious. So he decided to vent his anger in such a way. Sizzle! The Shinnong flames that Yi Xian had summoned from the space inside the Shinnong cauldron started roasting Lang Gongxiang's enormous hind leg as soon as it enveloped it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. It was the sound of the fat in the wolf's leg being roasted. Very quickly, a strong meaty aroma wafted out, gradually spreading far and wide in the surrounding void. Some of the experts in the void outside, and not in the cabins of the battleships, subconsciously sniffed the aroma, saliva flowing uncontrollably from their mouths. Yi Xian was only joking when he said that the meat of the greedy wolf clan was either smelly or sour. As a matter of fact, the meat of the greedy wolf clan was delicious, and it was even more extraordinary after being roasted by the Shenong cauldron's dual-colored flames. It could definitely be called a meat medicine. After all, Lang Gongxiang was a Tao disciple of the greedy wolf clan. He had been nurtured since he was young, and the greedy wolf clan had used all of their resources to nurture him. It was unknown how many heavenly and earthly treasures had been thrown in, but his flesh and blood were even more precious than ordinary greedy wolf clan experts. At this moment, even Yi Xian couldn't help it. He swallowed hard when he smelled the scent. It was only the hind limb of the true body of the greedy wolf. Naturally, it wouldn't have been enough for the 20-star lords to feast on it. At this moment, seeing that the wolf's leg was about to be roasted, the 20-star lords, including the thorned earth dragon, all shrunk their bodies to be much smaller than Yi Xian's 30 meters tall body. They were clearly ready to share the roasted wolf's leg later. It was just a wolf leg, and they could only shrink their bodies to be able to taste a bit of it. Otherwise, any one of them could be swallowed into their stomachs in a single gulp. After a short while, the entire wolf leg was completely cooked. Yi Xian waved his hand and withdrew the Shenong dual-colored flame back into his body. A golden and shiny roasted wolf leg appeared in the void, still dripping with golden grease. An exotic aroma assailed everyone's nostrils, making them instantly drool. At this moment, the sound of saliva slurping echoed from the warships of the fleets far away in the void. Even the Grand Cultivators and the Star Lords couldn't hold themselves back after seeing the golden, greasy leg of the roasted wolf. On the side of the allied forces of various races in the second universe, the sounds of drooling coming from the fleets were especially loud and clear. This made the higher-ups of the allied forces feel very awkward. This was a hind limb that had just been cut off from a Tao disciple of an allied race. Now it was being roasted. All of them were drooling, and they really couldn't hold it in anymore. However, this awkwardness didn't last long, because as the Jing armor earthworm and the other 20 native ferocious beasts, along with Yi Xian, began to eat the golden wolf leg at the same time, perhaps affected by their wolf-like enjoyment, even the greedy wolf clan began to drool. The sounds of drooling also began to come out from the warships of the fleet. If the members of their own race were like this, what was there to be embarrassed about? This was really too speechless. The original awkwardness spread, and the higher-ups of the fleets of various races in the second universe were all embarrassed. However, this embarrassment was all concentrated on the experts of the greedy wolf clan. Some of them couldn't hold it in and swallowed subconsciously. They didn't expect to make a sound. This was tantamount to slapping their own faces, making the Star Lords of the greedy wolf clan angry out of humiliation. They couldn't wait to split open a space crack in the void and crawl in. It was really too embarrassing. Sigh, one wolf leg is really not enough to eat. It's gone before I've had enough. It was also at this moment that a large roasted wolf leg had been eaten up by Yi Xian and the 20 gluttonous old monsters. Only a large leg bone was left in the air, and with a wave of his hand, he absorbed it into his body. Yi Xian reached out and wiped his mouth. He rolled his eyes and said in a tone and expression as if he hadn't had enough, "It's a pity that we can't cut off another hind limb of his. It wouldn't be good if we really killed him." It seems that there was a misunderstanding in the past. Although the greedy wolf clan is a close relative of the weasels, their flesh is still very delicious. The meat is thick but not rough, thin but not greasy. We just caught a greedy wolf, so we have to raise it well. When its hind limb grows out, we'll cut it off and roast it. That's the way of the king. Pooh! This! As soon as Yi Xian finished his proud words, a muffled sound came from the flagship fortress of the greedy wolf clan's fleet again. The old monster of the greedy wolf clan was so angry that he coughed up blood again. In the fleets of the other clans, there was a lot of gasps. The words of the little primordial demon ape were too vicious. It was as ferocious as ever. It captured the Taoist of the greedy wolf clan alive, cut off one of his hind limbs, and roasted it in public. It was fine if it was eaten, but in the end, it didn't intend to let him go. Instead, It wanted to raise Lang Gongxiang like a carnivorous pig or dog. It wanted him to regrow the hind limb that was cut off. Then it would cut it off and roast it. That was the way of the greedy wolf clan. If the Taoist of the greedy wolf clan was reduced to such a state, although Lang Gongxiang was the only one to suffer, the entire greedy wolf clan would be humiliated and never be able to wash it off. Thinking of that, a lot of gnashing noises came from the warships of the greedy wolf clan's fleet. The entire clan had been humiliated by a little primordial demon ape that was only in the cosmic light realm. It made them so angry that they were all grinding their teeth. I seem to hear someone grinding their teeth, and it seems that there are more than one or two of them. Yixian waved his hand in the direction of the greedy wolf clan's fleet. An arrogant smile appeared on the faces of his 3 true forms, who were made of flesh and blood. He shouted, "Is there anyone who doesn't agree? If you don't agree, feel free to come over. I'll fight all of you alone. After all, you're just chickens and dogs." If even the Taoist is so weak, it's not hard to imagine the combat ability of the entire clan. "You'd better come. My 20 brothers and I haven't eaten our fill yet. The more welcome it is. We'll just treat it as someone delivering food to us. We can eat our fill." Pooh. Chapter 37:28. Old thing, are you threatening us? If you have the guts, make another sound, and this turtle will immediately destroy your entire fleet. Just as the greedy wolf clan Star Lord finished speaking, 2 responses came from the core of the source of all evil in front of them. Then, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle rushed out from the boundary line. They still looked harmless. The former was only about 1,000 feet in size, while the latter was only about 100 feet in size. The former was a little turtle that was about 10 feet in size. Adding on the fact that the aura within their bodies was not obvious, it was simply impossible to detect them. With a cold glance, under the premise of not knowing anything, it was likely that no one would think of this pair as the old monsters of the domain masters. However, the words and tone of the pig and the tortoise instantly betrayed their identities. Although the elites from the various forces who were staying in the buffer zone of the central region had never seen them before, except for the allied forces of the various races of the second universe, they were still able to figure it out immediately. The commanders of the fleets were instantly vigilant, and the hairs on their backs stood up. The rogue cultivators in the void stood up one after another, not daring to show a calm and unruffled attitude of watching a good show. At this moment, the 2 old monsters in the core of the source of all evil had arrived. Not long ago, the allied forces of the second universe had invaded. If they had not taken action and severely injured Jiao Kong and Du Jiding, the situation today would have been completely different. It could be said that the 2 old monsters in front of them had directly and completely changed the direction of that battle, causing the allied forces of the second universe to suffer a crushing defeat. Even the old monster of the colored python clan, Du Jiding, if he had not been severely injured by the harmless primordial turtle, how could he have been so easily beheaded by the primordial little demon ape and died? Although Du Jiding was beheaded by the primordial little demon ape, in fact, the one who had truly caused his death was the primordial little demon ape. Now, these 2 old monsters of the domain had actually walked out of the core of the source of all evil in front of them and arrived at the buffer zone outside. No one cannot be nervous. Once they showed their might, a bloody storm would immediately set off in this area. Who knew how many Starry Sky Masters would die here with grievances? With the terrifying strength of this pig and turtle, even the Blood WRM clan's domain lord Old Monster Jiao Kong had to be wary of them. What they said just now was not exaggerated at all. A small fleet of the voracious wolf clan could be easily destroyed. Some rogue cultivators were vigilant, ready to turn around and escape from the buffer zone at any moment. The Star Lord of the greedy wolf race also realized this. When he was facing the 20-star Lord Ferocious Beasts, he didn't dare to show his face anymore. At that time, he chased after Yixian and rushed out of the flagship fortress. After being dragged back by Jiao Kong, he felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. Now, in addition to the 20-star lords, 2 more area lords had come from the depths of the native beast nest. At this moment, he was so scared that his whole body was trembling slightly, and the hair on his back was standing on end. He didn't even dare to breathe, let alone make a sound. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you just now? This ape can deal with this bunch of chickens and dogs outside by myself." Xian, who had transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed devil ape, walked forward slowly when he saw the primordial porcupine and turtle. He raised his hand and greeted them in an extremely casual manner. Obviously, their relationship was not ordinary. This scene made the experts in the surrounding void gasp once again. At this moment, practically no one had any doubts about Xian's identity. He was merely at the 14th level of the cosmic realm, yet he was able to call 2 terrifying old monsters of the domain as brothers. His identity as the crown prince of the native ferocious beasts had been confirmed. At the same time, the guess that there was at least one ancient devil ape at the World Lord realm in the core area ahead had been confirmed. Otherwise, how could these 2 primordial porcupines and turtle act in such a manner toward the tiny little devil ape at the cosmic realm when they were at the advanced stage of the region Lord realm? A huge wave of sighs of emotion instantly resounded through the sky, and the gazes that shot at Xian were filled with envy. Presently, it wasn't that the various powers of the universe didn't have any ancestors at the World Lord realm, but existences at such a level usually had very few descendants. Even if they did, they were born countless years ago when they were still comparatively weak. Now, they'd long since passed the age where they had to rely on their parents, and they'd grown up themselves. After all, the higher the level of evolution, the lower the possibility of giving birth to a bloodline descendant. Because once a bloodline descendant was born at such a time, then because the mother's foundation was too solid and high, it would possess an extraordinary bloodline and formidable strength as soon as it was born. This didn't conform to the laws of the Grand Tao. As it was said, it was natural selection. The height of evolution of any living being was directly proportional to the chances of giving birth to a bloodline descendant. It was precisely because of this that practically all the ancestors at the World Lord realm of the various powers of the universe didn't have young children. Yet now, an example had appeared. This little devil ape that was merely at the 14th level of cultivation at the cosmic realm actually had a direct descendant of an ancient devil ape at the World Lord realm. His luck was simply off the charts. A World Lord realm devil ape had only gotten a child at an old age, so the degree to which he doted on his child was obvious just from the fact that he had an entire 20-star Lord realm experts by his side when he casually roamed the territory of his clan. With such a background and backing, this domineering and arrogant little devil ape was practically bound to command the world and grow into an overlord in the future. After all, the lifespan of an ancestor at the World Lord realm was too long. So could anyone do anything to him when he had the protection of such a terrifying existence? Of course, only the experts of other powers who didn't know the true background of the little devil ape would have such thoughts. As for Grand Elder Mo and the other 2-star Lord realm experts of the demon race, the only thing they could sigh in their hearts was Prince Xian's heaven-defying methods. Calculating the time, he had only set off a day or so earlier than Grandpa Mo and the others. Who could have expected that by the time Grandpa Mo and the others arrived, he would have already laid such a solid foundation among the indigenous ferocious beasts in the core hinterland? A random patrol had 20-star Lord Realm experts escorting him, and 2 random domain Lord Realm experts could casually call him brothers. This was simply 2F** King unbelievable. If it wasn't for Xian style just now that allowed Grand Elder Mo and the others to confirm his identity, they would have suspected that they had gotten the wrong person. Fellow Taoist pig, fellow Taoist turtle. What happened before was just a misunderstanding. Chapter 37:29. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Previously, the Tao disciple of the Second Universe's greedy wolf clan was strong, and he was just sparring with you. Little devil ape. Jiao Kong, who had no choice but to show up, had a bright smile on his face at this time. He said very politely, "It's normal for the younger generation to be angry because they were fighting. Who hasn't been young before? But, speaking of this, Jiao Kong changed the topic, and his voice instantly became softer. He said tentatively, "But now that kid has been taught a lesson, and he even had one of his hind legs chopped off by the little demonic ape. It can be considered a big loss. The two of you also know that the Tao disciple of a race is not a small matter. Why don't you let him go? Fellow Taoist, I promise that I will teach him a lesson later." Jiao Kong almost patted his chest when he said the last sentence. It was as if he was telling the truth. F***CK off. Who are you trying to fool? Did you get kicked in the head by a mouse? As soon as Jiao Kong finished speaking, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle's faces slapped on the spot. They didn't treat him as an old monster of the same realm at all. It was as if they looked down on the old monsters of the Star-Lord realm, or even the almighty figures of the universe. It couldn't be helped. It was really because this so-called elder of the Blood Dragon clan had not performed well in the previous battle. He had long left the impression of a coward in the hearts of the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. The latter was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot, but he didn't dare to impulsively turn hostile on the spot. If that was really the case, the result of him facing two old monsters of the same realm was obviously destined, and that was that he would be miserably killed. This might be the reason why he left the impression of a coward in the hearts of the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. As an expert, if one did not have the heart of an expert, one could only show off their might in front of the weak and the younger generation. But if they were to meet an expert of the same level who was slightly more unyielding, they were destined to be looked down upon. That little wolf cub was captured alive by little devil ape. We don't have the qualifications to let him go. If you have the ability, you can ask him for it yourself. That's right. Don't say that we didn't give you a chance. Weren't you the ones who clamored for the younger generation to fight? Sure. Then, the primordial turtle turned around and looked at the fleets in the void. He sneered and said, "The so-called three planes of the universe must be full of powerful forces and unaffiliated cultivators. We won't bully you. Don't you want the fortune deep inside the core hinterland? Don't you want that little wolf cub back? Sure. As long as it's a junior, we won't interfere. As long as you have the ability, just go and find the little hairy ape. We'll give you a place in the core area, the edge of the land. The younger generation geniuses of any power can enter the core area. The little hairy ape will also wait for them at the edge of the core area. It will not enter the depths of the core area. The older generation like us will also retreat to the depths of the core area and not interfere in this battle." The little hairy ape himself said that he wanted to fight all of you by himself. What else can we not trust? Bring it on if you dare. The little hairy ape will challenge all the younger generation geniuses of the three planes on its own. However, let me make it clear first. The older generation like us won't enter the edge of the core area. None of you who aren't the younger generation are allowed to cross the line into the core area. That area will be left to the younger generation. If any of you disobey the rules, don't be afraid of us. We'll kill you mercilessly if you don't. Also, even the younger generation of your species will be responsible for their own lives if they enter the edge of the core area. You'd better think carefully before you enter. You might be able to enter alive, but you won't be able to cross the line. After that, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle turned around and waved at Yi Xian, leading him and the 20-star Lord ferocious beasts to the boundary that would lead to the core area. The last words of the primordial porcupine only came from afar and were heard by every Starry Sky powerhouse on the scene before its figure disappeared. Remember, the time limit is only 3 months. This is already very lenient. It is enough for the major forces to send scouts back to their clans and dispatch the younger generation heavenly legends. If the little hairy ape is still safe and sound, all the forces will retreat from the root of all evil. Otherwise, we'll kill every one of you that stays. Yi Xian, who had been confused at first, was enlightened after hearing that. As it turned out, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle were trying to force all the fleets of the forces from the three planes to leave the central region's buffer zone. Most of the fleets that had stayed in the central region's buffer zone were the top forces from the three universes, such as the fleets of the races from the second universe, the first universe, the official fleet of the Federation of the third universe, and the two fleets of the human race and the cultivators. These top forces all cared about their reputation, since they had made a bet with the native ferocious beasts of the root of all evil. Then if they really lost this 3-month bet, they naturally wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to stay in the root of all evil Starfield and not leave. Even if they still didn't give up, they would at least withdraw from the central region's buffer zone. They wouldn't even stay in the outer region of the root of all evil. Basically, they would completely withdraw from the root of all evil Starfield and stay in the void of the universe outside this star field to come up with other plans. Although they didn't leave in the end, they had withdrawn from the central region's buffer zone and the outer region after all. Even if there were any subsequent actions, with the distance between these two regions as a buffer, the native ferocious beasts in the core hinterland would have enough time after receiving the information from the scouts at the front. They would have time to respond. The central region's buffer zone and the outer region were very vast. If there were scouts stationed at the edge of the outer region, once they made a move, it would take at least 5 to 6 days to reach the core hinterland if a large fleet approached. Even if a small group of domain masters and star masters entered in a hurry, they would still have about 3 days left for the native ferocious beasts in the core hinterland. 3 days was enough for them to make some arrangements. After realizing this, Xianxia sighed faintly. The primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle had spent so much effort to make such arrangements because there wasn't a single sector master among the native ferocious beasts in the core hinterland. Chapter 37:30. However, what Xianxia didn't understand was how they could be so sure that he could single-handedly challenge all the younger generation geniuses from the various powers of the three Great Plains. Were they not afraid that he would lose the bet because of his carelessness? Xianxia and the 20 Star Lords who were escorting him crossed the border, following the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, and entered the core of the root of all evil from the central region's buffer zone. The two old men immediately grinned when they asked the question that they were puzzled about. "You little brat, do you really think we're senile? We wouldn't have let you take risks if we weren't confident in you. Not to mention the young geniuses of the major forces out there. Even the experts of the older generation wouldn't be able to do anything to you as long as they aren't Star Lords yet." That's right. The Tao disciple of the greedy wolf clan was careless, but he was strong and had grasped the second level of the greedy wolf's howling moon technique. His combat ability was quite shocking among the young geniuses. Even so, didn't you still knock him out? Kid, you're really amazing. Earlier, you utilized the Starry Sky treasure to kill that multicolored python that had fallen from the ranks of Region Lords. This time, the club you used to smash the wolf unconscious was actually a primordial treasure of the same rank as well. Besides, the dual-colored flame in your hand is also giving off a strong, desolate aura. We don't know what you've gotten, but it's definitely not a problem for you to crush the so-called young geniuses of the major forces out there with those methods. You'll be fighting all of them by yourself. Stinking kid, don't lose face for us native ferocious beasts. Once you lose this bet, then the situation we'll face would be extremely severe. Because at that time, practically 1 or 2 region lords from the various powers would arrive here, and we wouldn't occupy an advantage in terms of overall strength. Even if those 2 fellows who were in closed-door cultivation 1,000 years ago come out, unless they successfully break through and enter the Sector Lord realm. Even if our native beast race has 4 old monsters at the Domain Lord level, we are absolutely unable to go against the top powers of the 3 universes. Of course, if we have no other choice, we can still retreat to the netherworld furnace deep in the core hinterland. Then, there will be a lot of remains of realm lords along the way, which will stop the fleets of all the forces from moving forward. It's even possible that they'll be wiped out. After all, they're not protected by the netherworld furnace like us. But in this way, the secret of the netherworld furnace will be exposed to the world. At that time, it's hard to guarantee that the various powers won't send sector lords or even universe-grade experts that surpass sector lords. If the situation really develops to such an extent, the final result, not to mention us native ferocious beasts guarding the netherworld furnace, even the netherworld furnace that has existed for countless years will be in danger. Never underestimate the experts of the starry sky. Many old freaks don't make an appearance rashly because they seek the heaven Tao. But if there are sufficient benefits, then they'll arrive before anyone else. When they spoke up to hear, the primeval porcupine and tortoise actually sighed faintly at the same time, and they seemed to be sighing with emotion about how they were too weak and could only helplessly go with the flow. It had to be said that the feeling this scene brought to Xianxia was very strong. Two supreme old freaks at the advanced stage of the Region Lord realm were actually sighing faintly before him right now, and they seemed to be in high spirits. This caused Xianxia to suddenly feel that it was laughable at the beginning, and then it was lamentable at the end. He was merely at the cosmic realm, and he was even a step away from attaining the cosmic realm. So, when compared to the primeval porcupine and tortoise, he was a true joke. Brothers, don't worry. Everything will be fine with me here. They're just a group of useless people, so they can dream of leaving. While feeling moved in his heart, Xianxia raised his hand to rub the tortoise's fur, and then he stomped forcefully on the back of the primeval porcupine beneath his feet before he spoke these words. At this moment, what he really wanted to tell them was the terrifying truth about the netherworld furnace. However, he gave it a moment of thought and decided not to do so. He was slightly worried that the primeval porcupine and tortoise wouldn't be able to accept it in a short period of time. After all, the netherworld furnace was practically equivalent to a form of belief or even faith to them and all the native ferocious beasts that lived at the core area of the root of all evil. On the other side, Xianxia and all the native ferocious beasts had heavy thoughts in their hearts. On the other hand, the higher-ups of the various powers in the buffer zone outside the core area were the same, and they all had their own thoughts. They actually set a 3-month bet. What do those two old monsters want to do? They're too arrogant. That little primeval demon ape alone wants to challenge all the young geniuses of the top powers in the 3 universes. Do they really think that all the Taoists of the various races are hotheads like Lang Gongxiang? They don't have any combat experience at all. They were knocked out and dragged away by a stick. Shoo, keep your voice down. That Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf clan has been suppressing his anger for a long time and is looking for a place to vent it. This must be the intention of the ancient devil ape in the depths of the hinterland. Just from the battle just now, one could see the importance of battle experience. Lang Gongxiang was the Tao child of the Greedy Wolf race, and his cultivation was stronger than the little ancient devil ape. His talent was even more extraordinary. His race's greedy wolf howls at the moon divine ability was even more powerful than the little ancient devil ape. He has comprehended the second level of transformation. But in the end, he ended up in such a miserable state and was knocked out by a stick. This battle has made the primeval demon ape feel something. These hidden Taoists really lack combat experience. The primeval demon ape is worried that the little primeval demon ape will also have this problem. After all, when it grows up in the future, it will definitely need to go out and travel. It's impossible to have a Star Lord protecting it all the time. It just so happens that this time, most of the top powers in the 3 universes are here. There are countless geniuses of various races. It's the best time to temper the little primeval demon ape. It's too overbearing and too arrogant. It actually used the young geniuses of all the top powers in the 3 universes as whetstones. This battle is already unavoidable. The Taoists of the various clans will definitely descend one after another. The primeval little devil ape is too arrogant and ruthless. Not only did it capture a Taoist and ridicule him like a clay chicken, it even roasted him in public. How can the Taoists of the various clans endure this? Time flew, and 7 days passed. Chapter 37-31. This area lord was an elder of the Yingji clan, one of the top 10 clans in the 2nd universe. He was a mid-stage area lord. The Taoist he was escorting was called Ji Jingfeng. Like Lang Gongxiang, he was also a Taoist of a clan. His cultivation was also at the 15th realm, the universe realm, and he had been hidden by his clan. With the arrival of the Yingji clan's domain lord, the powerhouses of the 3 major realms who were stuck in the buffer zone of the root of all evil immediately felt as if they had eaten a pill of reassurance. Their originally uneasy mood gradually calmed down. At the very least, from the surface, Only the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise showed high-end strength in the core zone of the source of all evil. Before this, there was only the Blood WRM clan's old monster Jiao Kong, who was an old monster at the Domain Lord realm, and that was indeed a cause for concern. However, it was different now. In terms of strength, both sides were already equal. Furthermore, there would definitely be more Domain Lords from other races arriving. The reason why the Inji race's Domain Lord was the fastest to arrive was because they were Inji birdmen. This Domain Lord was originally proficient in speed, and in terms of comprehension of the void laws of the universe, his attainments were deep. Jiao Kong immediately sent out an invitation. The two area lords gathered in the flagship of the Blood WRM clan's fleet and had a secret discussion. In the end, they went into hiding and were not in a hurry to act. After all, they were indeed worried about Ji Jingfeng alone. That primordial demonic ape, which was only at the peak of the cosmic light realm, was truly too ferocious. On the 8th day, another one of the top 10 clans in the second universe, the Golden Eagle clan's area lord, arrived. He brought along the clan's Taoist, who was also at the 15th realm of the universe realm. His name was Xianxia. On the 9th day, one of the top 3 clans in the first universe, the Space Rat clan, finally had an area lord. He also brought along the clan's Taoist, the 15th realm of the universe realm of the younger generation, Shu Wuxia. At this point, there were already 4 area lords in the buffer zone of the source of all evil. Over the past 2 days, the Blood WRM clan's area lord, Jiao Kong, who had been acting with his tail between his legs and had almost no presence, was moving around frequently. It was as if he was going through doors. He would occasionally walk out of the flagship of the Blood WRM clan's area lord fortress and visit the Golden Eagle clan's area lord fortress. Even the Space Rat clan's area lord fortress, which was originally hostile to him, had been visited by him. This made the experts of the various large powers feel rather speechless. Compared to before the arrival of these 3 old monsters, Jiao Kong felt as if he was jumping up and down. The fact that 4 old monsters of the region lords were guarding the buffer zone of the central region made them extremely confident. On the 2nd day after the region lord of the Space Rat clan arrived with the Taoist child of the clan, which was also the 10th day of the 3-month bet, the 4 old monsters of the region lords discussed and spoke one after another. It's time. Let's enter the core area's edge. Bring that arrogant and despotic little demon ape to see us. He actually dared to use the prodigies and even the Taoists of the various large powers in the 3 dimensions as whetstones. This time, we'll let him taste the bitter fruit. This battle will be led by Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, and Shu Wuxia, the 3 universe realm Taoists. The prodigies of the other clans and powers can participate. However, their cultivation cannot be lower than the Void Realm. Otherwise, they'll just be sending themselves to their deaths. My Blood WRM clan's Taoist hasn't arrived yet. Batian, you'll lead a few of your clan's prodigies and enter the battle. The Batian that Jiao Kong was talking about was Jiao Batian, the prodigy of the Blood WRM clan. He had fought with the Netherworld Young Master before. In that battle, Jiao Batian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng fought the Netherworld Young Master by themselves. In the end, Shi Bafeng was directly roasted. Jiao Batian and Shi Bafeng had to turn around and flee. At this moment, the 2 of them were also in their respective clans' fleets. Obviously, they would also participate in this battle. In addition, the other powers also sent 2 or 3 Void Realm prodigies to participate in the battle. The slaves of the first universe were all unfamiliar faces. However, in the second universe, besides Jiao Batian and Peng Jingxiao, there were also some old acquaintances of Yixian. For example, the little princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa, was also a Void Realm prodigy. As for the human clan and the myriad Luo Federation, Gong Wuxin, Chou Doufu, Wuchen Zi, and Yu Xianlong were also close friends with Yixian. They were once captured by Yi Xian in the Shinnong Cauldron in the Heavenly War Empire Star area, one of the 3 great empires of the human clan's technology camp. The first prince of the everlasting dynasty, Long Xiang, the two crown princes of the heavenly Qin kingdom and the heavenly battle kingdom, Zhan Lingfeng, and Su Biqing were also participating in the battle. As for the fallen demon prince, the demon dust lady, the unfettered man, and the fairy Xianxia, who had appeared out of nowhere, they did not come this time. Ever since the four of them lost to Yi Xian in the system's competitive mission, they had completely disappeared. No one knew what they were doing. Yi Xian occasionally thought of them, but he was very suspicious. He's just a little primordial demon ape at the perfection level 9 of the cosmic light realm. How dare he challenge the prodigies of all the top powers in the 3 dimensions? He's simply courting death. Only that hothead Lang Gongxiang would suffer at his hands. This time, this Taoist will definitely capture him. Don't talk nonsense. This Taoist's blood is boiling. Who cares about the 7th peerless prodigy? I'll start from the last one and suppress him one by one. As Ji Jingfeng, Shu Wushuang, and Jin Haoxiao, the 3 universe realm Taoists, spoke arrogantly, the prodigies of most of the top powers in the 3 dimensions of the universe, as well as some young, unaffiliated cultivators, formed an army of 100 people and rushed toward the boundary line in front of them. Soon, they disappeared. They entered the periphery of the core hinterland of the root of all evil. Crystal Ball Mirage. Gong Wuxin roared as soon as he entered the periphery of the core hinterland. This was the command and instruction of Gong Xingkai, the vice palace master of the Diju Palace, the commander-in-chief of the human clan's fleet. As this violent roar sounded, a silver-white brilliance instantly rushed out from his body. It went straight into the sky like a meteor, hanging in the void above the edge of the hinterland. It turned into a transparent silver ball with a diameter of a meter, pouring out a faint moonlight-like brilliance. This technique was very magical. At first glance, it didn't look like a technique at all. Instead, it looked like a silver-white spherical magic treasure. Gong Wuxin had used this technique in the space inside the Shinnon Cauldron before. Chapter 37-32. Gong Wuxin and the others still didn't know that the person they were going to deal with was young Master Linghu, who had made them suffer in the Shinnon Cauldron. Otherwise, they would have turned around and fled immediately. At this time, as Gong Wuxin activated the crystal ball playback technique, all the scenes at the edge of the vast hinterland were transmitted through the silver-white crystal ball suspended at the top of the void, and all the experts of the major forces in the buffer zone of the central domain saw it. As for the depths of the core hinterland, the primordial porcupine, primordial turtle, and other indigenous ferocious beast experts were all paying close attention. They were also in the core hinterland and were not separated by the void barrier between the core hinterland and the buffer zone of the central domain, so they were not able to use the crystal ball playback technique. They could see through everything. The core hinterland of the origin of all evil was extremely vast. Just the edge of the hinterland was tens of millions of miles away. Previously, the tens of millions of battleships of the various races of the Second Universe had launched a large-scale space war here with the indigenous ferocious beasts at the edge of the core hinterland. Vast. The hundreds of young heavenly prides of various races who had entered the edge of the hinterland did not see Xian's existence immediately. At this time, he had manifested his 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true form and was sitting cross-legged in the void in front of the edge of the hinterland alone. He was neither surprised nor happy. His entire aura had merged into the void, like an ancient well without ripples. Yi Xian was also very much looking forward to this battle. In his opinion, he had just advanced again not long ago, and now his cultivation base was already at the great perfection of the Void Ninth Order. In the state of manifesting his 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true form, his cultivation base had directly increased by 2 realms, reaching the great perfection of the Cosmic Light Ninth Order. The great perfection of the Cosmic Light Ninth Order. But after all, he was still not a universe almighty. Yi Xian was preparing to temper himself in this battle, so that the qi and blood power in his body would surge to the extreme. Then he would swallow a tube of level 13 liquid during the battle and break through in the battle, stepping into the 13th realm in one fell swoop. the Genesis realm. At that time, in the state of his three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form, Yixian would step into the universe almighty realm in one step. The universe realm was a dividing line. Otherwise, those in the universe realm wouldn't be called universe almighties. Once the devil ape true body entered the realm of universe realm, Yixian was confident that he would be able to capture the three universe realm cultivators who had entered the core hinterland, as well as the hundreds of young prodigies from various clans, without using any other means or abilities that might expose his identity. As long as he could take down all of them, Yixian would be able to achieve his goal. And this goal was related to the level 14 and level 15 liquids that he urgently needed. Just as Yixian was sitting cross-legged in the void, pondering, 100-man army divided into several groups and rushed over from several directions, finally arriving from 1,000,000 miles away. The first ones to discover Yixian were Ji Jingfeng, Shu Wushuang, and Jin Haoxiao, the three universe realm Taoists. I see him. Little monkey, prepare to die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh! Jin Haoxiao was the first to attack. With a roar, he activated the bloodline in his body and revealed the bloodline true body of the Golden Eagle tribe. With a flap of his wings, he released a rain of golden flames. It was the unique bloodline technique of the Golden Eagle tribe, the Flaming Eagle Plume Rain. The Flaming Eagle Plume Rain was a rain of energy arrows formed by countless golden feathers. After he revealed his bloodline true body, his wingspan was thousands of feet. Such a huge golden eagle was covered with countless golden feathers, and a small part of the sky was illuminated in an instant. Every energy feather was golden. Not only was there a light, but there were also faintly visible flames rising from them. It was as if even the void was being roasted, making a strange, sizzling sound. This was clearly a powerful attack of a large area. However, at this moment, countless golden feathers were pouring down from the sky, all concentrated in a small part of the void and whistled toward the primordial little demon ape. Phoenix Dance. Immediately after Jin Haoxiao, the Yingji clan's universe realm Taoist Ji Jingfeng also suddenly launched an attack. After a roar, he instantly manifested a giant silver bird that was thousands of meters long. Its entire body was steaming with a layer of fiery red flames. It was like a phoenix bathed in flames. With a sharp cry, it rushed toward the primordial little demon. Ape. Phoenix Dance was a bloodline technique of the Yingji clan. This kind of technique could condense the power of the bloodline in the body into an invisible gang chi coat shaped like a divine bird phoenix. And it had an extremely high temperature. Not only could it play the role of a protective gang chi, but it could also cause additional damage to the enemy with the high temperature of the phoenix wings in battle. The first move of the Rosy Clouds. At the same time, the last Taoist, the Space Rat Clan's Heaven and Earth Taoist, Shu Wushuang, also let out a sharp scream. His body swayed and turned into a giant rat that was 100 feet long. With a flip of his palm, he actually directly took out a long-handled saber. According to legend, the Rosy Cloud saber technique was a sword technique comprehended by a certain martial genius of the Spatial Rat Clan when he was practicing his sword under the glow of the sunset. There were a total of 6 moves, respectively: Rosy Clouds, Rosy Clouds, Rosy Clouds, Rosy Clouds, Rosy Clouds, and Rosy Sunset. This saber technique was the inherited secret technique of the Space Rat Clan, the 6 move saber techniques. Its power increased gradually. It was said that it could even split the void. Its power was extremely powerful. At this moment, a rat with a body size of 1,000 feet was waving a long-handled broadsword. The afterglow filled the sky in an instant, and it swept toward the primordial little demon ape in front of it. This scene was too weird. Not only were Gong Wuxin and the others behind the 3 Taoists dumbfounded, but even Yixian, who was still sitting cross-legged in front of them in the void, opened his mouth wide subconsciously. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning on the spot. A rat waving a broadsword and commanding the wind and the clouds. It was simply amazing. No one else could do this. The 3 Taoists were all at the universe realm. At this moment, they all showed their huge bloodline true bodies. Almost at the same time, they used their bloodline divine abilities and inherited secret techniques. They formed a triangle in 3 directions and attacked the primordial little demon ape sitting cross-legged in the void. Behind the 3 Taoists, there were dozens of young talents from various clans in the 3 realms. All of them were extraordinary and powerful. More than 100 powerhouses joined forces to attack the primordial little demon ape, who was only at the universe realm, the 14th realm. This scene was so shocking that when it was transmitted to the buffer zone outside the root of all evil through Gong Wuxian's crystal ball projection technique, it instantly caused a lot of gasps. Old Monster, Jiao Kong, and the other 3 old monsters who were guarding the buffer zone of the central region let out hearty laughter at the first moment. Chapter 37-33. A flaming rain of eagle feathers came from all directions. A cloud of saber flames whistled through the air. There were also illusions of divine birds and fiery phoenixes that were surging with bright red flames appeared in front of the 1,000-foot-tall Yingji. Although the 3 Taoists were young, they were all experts in the 15th level of the starry sky. At this moment, they performed their respective bloodline powers and inherited secret techniques and surrounded the little primordial ape in a triangle formation from 3 different directions. In the blink of an eye, they had covered more than half of the distance of 1,000,000 kilometers. In a few seconds, they would be close to the little primordial ape. At this moment, the little primeval devil ape that was sitting cross-legged with its eyes closed finally stood up slowly. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its eyes emitted bright lights as it stood in midair like an invincible god of war that looked down upon the world. "You're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. How dare you come out and make a fool of yourself?" Seeing that the attacks from 3 directions were about to come, the little primordial ape was still fearless. The physical body of the 3 Taoist true forms spoke in human language. Then, before anyone could react, the true form of the primordial ape with 3 heads and 6 arms instantly disappeared from where it was, as if it had teleported. What's going on? He actually used the void teleportation to escape? Isn't he always domineering and arrogant? Why did he change his style all of a sudden? Ha! He's scared after all. It's ridiculous that the native ferocious beast prince ran away without a fight. Especially when he was running away, he was so thick-skinned that he said such words to save his face. How disappointing. As the little primordial ape disappeared, the 3 Taoists, who had performed their bloodline powers and inherited secret techniques, were all stunned for a moment. Then they laughed smugly and mocked. They were sure that the little primordial ape had run away without a fight, so they teleported and ran away in an instant, because they couldn't detect any aura in the void in front of them at all. The 3 of them were Taoist-level existences of their respective clans. Although they were young juniors, their cultivation realms had already stepped into the universe realm, and they were almighty figures. The little primordial ape was only in the cosmic light realm. No matter how mysterious the concealment secret techniques it had, it couldn't escape from their perception. At the very least, he could still capture a trace of chi. Search. He probably hasn't escaped from the void at the edge of the hinterland. Otherwise, it would be no different from admitting defeat. That would be too laughable, and he would become the laughingstock of the 3 dimensions. The Golden Eagle clan's Taoist, Xianxia, sneered. He turned around and rushed in another direction. Ji Jingfeng, the Taoist disciple of the Yingji clan, did the same. Following behind him were more than 30 young heavenly talents from various clans. They rushed in another direction and could not stop laughing. Ha ha! That's not necessarily true. With 3 of us here, he has no chance at all. Other than running away, what else can he do? Let's be careful. Let's split up and search. That guy's void teleportation technique is a bit strange. I actually couldn't capture the aura of his teleportation. The Space Rat clan's Taoist waved the large blade in his hand, but the expression on his face was somewhat dignified. He warned, in addition, don't forget how he defeated Lang Gongxiang before. This little monkey likes to knock people out with a stick, so the big head in his hand should be extraordinary. Be careful of being backstabbed by him. Bang! Awu! The Space Rat Clan's Taoist disciple, Shu Wushuang, had just finished his words when a loud bang suddenly came from the direction where Ji Jingfeng had left. Then, an incomparably shrill scream resounded through the void, and more than 100 Taoists from various clans in the periphery of the hinterland were shocked. All the spectators of various clans in the buffer zone of the central region were so shocked that they trembled. Everyone's gazes subconsciously gathered in the direction of the miserable howls. The scene that entered their eyes caused their expressions to immediately change. The legendary big head stick had reappeared as expected. At this moment, it was in the right hand of the primordial little demon ape. No one knew whether this guy was too lucky or Ji Jingfeng of the Yingji clan was too unlucky. The primordial little demon ape should have performed 2 teleportations in a row. The first time, it disappeared and went somewhere in the periphery of the hinterland. Immediately after that, when the 3 Tao children of the universe led the dozens of heaven's prides of the younger generation of various clans to spread out and turn around to rush in 3 different directions at the same time, he once again performed a second teleportation and made a return thrust. Coincidentally, after this second teleportation, its figure actually appeared behind Ji Jingfeng of the Yingji clan, who had turned around to leave. Therefore, the latter immediately suffered a tragic fate. A huge black stick, which was 100 feet long and thin, was directly swung up from the void and smashed hard on the back of Ji Jingfeng's huge bloodline true body's head. The loud sound just now was the result of this attack. The shrill scream that followed was from Ji Jingfeng's mouth. On the back of his head, a suspicious protrusion the size of a small hill was rapidly becoming apparent. As for Ji Jingfeng himself, like Lang Gang Lai, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Moreover, before everyone could react, the 3-headed, 6-armed primordial little demon ape suddenly waved its hand and directly took him away. The huge bloodline true body of the Yingji clan disappeared in the void. The people who saw the scene most clearly were the more than 30 young geniuses of various clans who were originally following Ji Jingfeng. The primordial little demon ape appeared in the void not far in front of them, and then with a flip of its hand, a huge stick appeared and smashed hard on the back of Ji Jingfeng's head. Such a ferocious scene had long since stunned this group of fellows. Although they had a large number of people, their cultivation strength was not as good as Ji Jingfeng's. Only a few of them had reached the 14th realm, the cosmic light realm, and a small half of them were at the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. The rest were all at the 12th realm, the void realm. Facing the primordial little demon ape, whose cultivation strength was at the peak of the cosmic light realm, they were no match at all and did not even have the courage to fight. Otherwise, these hundreds of Taoists of other clans would not have been following behind Ji Jingfeng and the other 2 Taoists of heaven and earth. They originally thought that with a Taoist of heaven and earth in front, even if the primordial little demon ape appeared, there would not be a situation where they would be the main attacker. But now this scene clearly appeared. After knocking the Yingji clan's heaven and earth Tao child, Ji Jingfeng, unconscious and taking him away, the ferocious little primordial devil ape suddenly turned around. Its eyes were shining brightly as it held the famous black stick in its right hand and dragged it behind its back. With a leap, it rushed towards them. Looking at that posture, it was clearly a tiger in a flock of sheep. Run! It's coming, oh my God. It's over this time, it's so ferocious. Even if we all go together, we can't withstand its stick. Chapter 37-34. What? Ji Jingfeng, the Taoist of the Yingji clan, followed in the footsteps of Lang Gongxiang and was knocked unconscious by the primordial little demon ape? Oh my God, this is the second Taoist to be tricked by him. He is only at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic light realm, but he defeated the 15th ranked Taoist of heaven and earth in succession. This primordial little demon ape is going to defy the heavens. What a huge outsource. Too terrifying, too astonishing. That infamous big black stick is obviously not an ordinary object. It ruthlessly smashed the back of the head of that universe almighty expert. The latter was swollen, but it was completely unscathed. It is at least a quasi-starry sky treasure. Too shameless. This time it is obviously a shameless trick. Otherwise, how could our Taoist of heaven and earth be knocked unconscious by his stick so sullenly? The second time this brat teleported back, the location he appeared at was too coincidental. He was right behind Jingfeng, about 70 to 80 zhang away from the back of Jingfeng's head. The probability of that happening was so small that it was almost negligible. How could he have done that? How could he have such outrageous luck? It should be like this. If there is no accident, this little monkey did not teleport away at all. The hundreds of young geniuses who participated in this battle were all fooled by him. The little monkey just perfectly hid his figure and aura. In fact, he's been following someone all the time. But Jingfeng is too unlucky to be chosen by him and become the first target. What? There is such a powerful concealment secret technique? Even the Taoist of heaven and earth can't see through it? He can't sense the slightest trace of qi. Otherwise, it is impossible to determine that he has teleported away in the void. A technique. If I were Xianxia, the next time I encounter such a situation, I can only use my eye technique. The yin-yang eagle eyes is an amazing eye technique. I dare not say that I can see through illusions, but it basically has a similar effect. Yes, if such a strange teleportation appears again, Xianxia will have to use the yin-yang eagle eyes. If it is just a concealment secret technique, it will not be able to escape detection. Otherwise, we will lose this battle. As Ji Jingfeng was knocked unconscious and then put away, the experts of various races who were watching the battle in the buffer zone of the central region immediately exclaimed in surprise, especially the few universe realm experts and Star-Lord old monsters of the Yingji clan. They were so angry that their noses were crooked. Previously, it was only the greedy wolf clan who had lost a Taoist disciple, and they had secretly mocked them in their hearts. They did not expect that the tables would turn. Today, it was their clan's turn. In the blink of an eye, it was their clan's turn. Thinking of that, Ji Jingfeng, the dignified Tao disciple of heaven and earth, had a powerful divine ability and bloodline secret technique, but now he didn't even have the chance to use them and had already become the captive of that little monkey. Every time they thought of this, the old monsters of the Yingji clan had a kind of monstrous sullen feeling that wanted to vomit blood on the spot. In addition, some people saw a clue. They thought that the location of the little primordial demon ape's teleportation was too coincidental. The probability was almost negligible. Therefore, they suspected that the little primordial demon ape had not teleported away at all. It had just hidden its figure and followed them. At the back. Later, some people mentioned the bloodline magic of the Golden Eagle clan, the yin-yang eagle pupil technique, and thought that this technique could restrain the little primordial demon ape. The yin-yang eagle pupil technique was a very mysterious pupil technique. It belonged to the auxiliary bloodline magic of the Golden Eagle clan. It could see through, and have a certain degree of power to see through illusions. In addition, it was said that it also had a 360-degree view. Once this bloodline magic was activated, there was no blind spot in the whole view, and it was a comprehensive insight. Although it could not be achieved in the early stage, it could gradually approach the omnivision after cultivation. However, the range of this omnivision state would increase according to the level of the user, and it could not cover too wide an area at first. Unfortunately, although Xianxia had the yin-yang eagle pupil technique, Yixian was not a pushover. His demon soul pupil was the supreme overlord of pupil techniques. If he really had a pupil technique duel with Xianxia, the latter would be the one to die. Of course, among the powerhouses of the major forces who exclaimed, there were still many people with discerning eyes. Some of their guesses were almost the truth. Yixian had indeed not left. His figure had only disappeared because he had activated the perfect oscillation of the secret mental technique. Now, in the true form of the three-headed, six-armed demon ape, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic realm, and he was only one rank away from the universe realm experts. When he fully activated the perfect oscillation in such a state, the universe realm experts, who were only slightly stronger than him, naturally couldn't detect it. They could feel the slightest bit of aura. As a matter of fact, if Yi Xian fully activated the perfect oscillation in his 15th realm, the universe realm, not to mention the Star Lords, even the old monsters of the Zone Lords would be fooled by him if they didn't pay special attention. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Yi Xian had already demonstrated all this to the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise when he left the core of the hinterland and entered the gambling battlefield at the edge of the hinterland. Therefore, at this moment, when they saw that he had indeed used this mysterious concealment technique to deal with his opponent, and that he had dealt with a heaven and earth Tao child with a strike of the stick in the depths of the hinterland behind them, thunderous cheers instantly rang out, and the roars of beasts did not stop. At the same time, after knocking Ji Jingfeng out with a blow, Yi Xian had already turned around and rushed toward the 30 or so young geniuses of various races who had been following Ji Jingfeng. As for the other two directions in the distance, Shu Wushuang, who was waving his saber, and Jin Haoxiao, who had manifested the true form of a 1,000-meter-long golden eagle, had also noticed the unexpected situation. Their expressions changed drastically, and they roared furiously. They led dozens of followers behind them and rushed over together. "You little monkey, don't run if you dare. I'll definitely cut off your dog head with one blow. You're too shameless, little demon ape. You're a descendant of the ancient demon ape, but you're always doing such a thing. Have you considered your mother's feelings?" These two fellows' mouths were too poisonous. One of them was clamoring to cut off Yi Xian's head, while the other directly cursed and cursed at Yi Xian's mother, causing the killing intent in his heart to instantly rise. Bam! With one blow, Yi Xian directly knocked out 7 or 8 of the 30 or so young geniuses of various races who had just been chased by him. Then, after waving his hand and putting those guys into the Shinnon cauldron in his body, Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to the other 20 or so young geniuses of various races who were howling and fleeing. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand and pointed at Shu Wushuang and Jin Haoxiao. Chapter 37:35. Yi Xian, who disappeared in the blink of an eye, still didn't use his teleportation ability and instantly left. Instead, he once again activated his mental secret technique to perfectly conceal his figure and aura, not leaking out in the slightest. He was very confident in the perfect oscillation mystic technique. On the one hand, Yi Xian, in the form of the 3 heads, 6 arms demon ape real body, was infinitely close to the power of the universe realm. On the other hand, the perfect oscillation mystic technique had been upgraded twice and was now a high-level mystic technique. Its power was extraordinary. Even though he had not officially stepped into the universe realm, Yi Xian was confident that even the Star Lords would not be able to see through it if they did not pay special attention to it. As for the junior Taoists of the various clans who were only in the universe realm, they did not even need to think about it. Therefore, Yi Xian did not feel any pressure when he used it. He had just used this mystic technique to knock Ji Jingfeng out, and now he wanted to use it again to knock Ji Jingfeng out. Of course, this was also because he did not know that the Golden Eagle clan had a kind of yin-yang eagle eyes that could see through illusions. Otherwise, with Yi Xian's cautious character, he would not be so reckless. After concealing himself, Yi Xian's figure flashed as he directly charged towards Jin Haoxiao. At this time, in the depths of the eyes of Jin Haoxiao's huge golden eagle real body, a black and white light suddenly flashed. At this moment, Jin Haoxiao activated the special auxiliary bloodline ability of the Golden Eagle clan, the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes. Although with his attainments in the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes, he could not clearly see Yi Xian's figure after it was activated. However, he could see a blurry mass of energy, which was moving quickly toward him. It was about 30 meters tall, which was exactly the height of the primordial little demon ape. Jin Haoxiao realized what was going on and sneered. "Just as I thought, the boy has never teleported at all. He has mastered a weird concealment technique. Under the illusion breaker of the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes bloodline technique, all he can do is show up as a blurry cluster of energy." However, for Jin Haoxiao, this was enough. At this very moment, That massive energy was rapidly approaching the direction behind him, making a small circle and approaching from the side. Xianxia did not change his expression and pretended not to know. He raised his head and roared, "Damn it, this guy used the same trick again." When he saw us coming, he immediately teleported away. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Shu Wushuang in the other direction. Taoist Shu, the Yinyang Eagle Eyes bloodline ability, which was activated just now, and I saw this guy. Hey. Oh no. I am the target now, but the next one must be you. Once the three of us kill him, it will be useless even if all the other Taoists come together. But now he has been exposed. You and I, we can beat him at his own game and kill him in one fell swoop. After a few simple words of discussion, Xianxia and Shu Wushuang quickly decided on a plan to deal with Yixian. After discussing it with each other, they agreed on a time and a secret signal, but they didn't immediately gather together. After all, if the two of them gathered together, the little primordial demon ape would most likely not dare to get close to them because of fear. But now, they had already grasped the other party's traces without the other party knowing. It could be said that they had the upper hand, and victory was already in their hands. Now, what they needed to do was to attract the opponent to them and lure the snake out of its hole. Damn it, did this guy escape to the depths of the hinterland? I can't find him anywhere. With a sneer in his heart, Xianxia led the primordial little demon ape, who was following behind him, to a small circle at the edge of the core hinterland. Along the way, he and Shu Wushuang, who was also searching, crossed each other from time to time, but they did not make a move. Because the primordial little demon ape was always in the void behind Xianxia. Although the distance was not close, the two of them were not 100% sure that they could succeed. There was only one chance. If they failed, the opponent would know that their secret method of hiding their figure and chi was no longer effective, and they would not have a second chance. Therefore, Xianxia and Shu Wushuang were very cautious and cherished this one and only chance. The opportunity had finally come. In fact, Xianxia had been secretly observing the movement behind him. At this time, he was rushing in a direction, and the vague energy light mass behind him finally moved and slowly approached him. Xianxia was excited and immediately sent a sound transmission to Shu Wushuang. "My fellow cultivator, the fish has taken the bait and is approaching me. It is only 5,000 miles away. When it is close, my figure will slightly pause in the void. You can lock the position at once and directly teleport to it. Then come and chop off its head." After a while, when the vague energy light mass was close to the void 2,000 miles away, Xianxia stopped and pretended to think about which direction to start the search next. At this moment, the energy light mass behind him suddenly accelerated and rushed behind him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the eyelids of Xianxia's huge golden eagle real body twitched violently, and the blood vessels under the back of his head suddenly jumped a few times due to psychological effects. It was really Ji Jingfeng's extremely shrill scream and the horrible situation of the back of his head that had left a deep psychological shadow in his heart. The one rapidly approaching from behind was indeed Yixian in his three-headed, six-armed demon ape real body. The distance of more than 2,000 miles in the void was almost instantaneous for him, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the universe realm. At this time, Yixian was about 1,000 feet behind Xianxia. Without saying anything, he turned his hand and took out the Shinong pestle that had transformed into the big-headed black stick. However, at the same time, an anxious scream came out of Xianxia's mouth. Caught off guard, even Yixian, who hadn't appeared yet and hadn't taken out the big-headed black rod, was shocked. "Shu Wushuang, now is the time. Chop off his head." Whoosh! Shu Wushuang, who had already locked on the position of the void in advance, arrived at the sound and teleported there directly. The huge long-handled broadsword in his hand directly slashed at Yixian's position. "Yo, you saw through it?" Chapter 37-36. Among Yi Xian's spiritual power techniques, secret techniques, and divine abilities, the rest were all high level. Only the newly mutated slave seal was still at the elementary level. Apart from that, his spiritual lightning technique and spiritual reversal technique were still at the intermediate level. The former was only a spiritual power secret technique. The latter was a spiritual power divine ability. Therefore, even though spiritual reversal technique was only at the intermediate level, it was still a spiritual power divine ability. In addition, Yi Xian was now in his three-headed, six-armed demon ape true form, and his cultivation was already at the half-step universe realm. When he used it now, its power was naturally extraordinary. However, it was not convenient for him to shout the words spiritual reversal technique out loud. It would make others think of the demon tribe. After all, spiritual power was the unique label of the demon tribe. After activating the spirit core that was suspended above his sea of consciousness, a large amount of level 8 mental energy instantly leaked out. At the same time that he used the spirit reversal divine ability, Yi Xian also shouted in a bewildered manner, Magic Saber Divine Ability. Guihai Yi Dao was originally the name of a demon scout major under his command. Now that this person was in Triumph City, Yi Xian shouted the name of the divine ability. On one hand, it was because of a flash of inspiration. On the other hand, it was because of the scene that was about to unfold. The name of the divine ability was too appropriate. Hum! A continuous and weak, high-frequency trembling sound rang out. Yi Xian, who had just appeared with the true body of the devil ape, suddenly shot out 2 rays of blood light from the blood-colored eyes of his 3 true bodies without any warning. It went straight up and hit the long-hilted broadsword that was slashing towards his head. The 2 blood-red lights were like liquid. They instantly spread along the huge saber's surface like a layer of blood-red dye, rapidly spreading. In the next instant, a strange scene occurred. Shu Wushuang, who had been secretly delighted that he could cut off the head of the little primordial demon ape true form in the next instant, and even if he did not die on the spot, he would at least severely injure him. His entire body suddenly froze, and the light in his eyes became perplexed at this moment. Although it was only for a short moment, only half a breath of time, everything had changed. Originally, the enormous long blade was only half a meter away from Yi Xian's flesh and blood body when it was about to chop off the neck of Yi Xian's body. However, at this moment, as the layer of blood-colored brilliance that enveloped and spread over the blade flashed, the broad and sharp blade actually reversed in an instant. It followed the path of the slash and returned to the original path. When it reached the starting point, it did not stop and went straight for Shu Wushuang's neck. Pooh! With a muffled sound, Shu Wushuang's giant head was separated from its body and fell into the void. The moment his head fell, Shu Wushuang's eyes finally regained their clarity. There was a strong unwillingness and fear in his eyes. Unfortunately, it was too late. His eyes quickly dimmed, and he died. Walala! In a headless neck cavity, a large amount of blood rushed into the sky, directly drenching Xianxia, who was in front of Shu Wushuang. This scene looked very strange. Xianxia also saw it. At this moment, he was scared out of his wits, and his whole mind was in a mess. In addition, before he could recover from the shock, a huge pillar of blood gushed out of Shu Wushuang's headless neck behind him, drenching his head and brain. The blood made him feel slightly hot all over. However, in the depths of his heart, there was an extremely strong chill that suddenly rushed up along his tailbone. In the blink of an eye, it reached the back of his head, making his scalp completely numb. In fact, it was good that he was numb, because at this moment, the infamous big-headed black stick had already been summoned by the 3-headed, 6-armed immemorial little ape demon. After a furious roar, it directly smashed into the back of Xianxia's head. This time, because the back of Xianxia's head had already been raised by the bottom of his heart, the whole back of his head was numb, so he basically didn't feel much pain. He didn't even let out a scream. He directly rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Of course, the back of his head was numb, and he didn't feel any pain. However, the suspicious bulge that was as big as a small hill was still there. After knocking Xianxia unconscious with a single strike, Yixian didn't hesitate any longer and immediately put away the big-headed black stick. Then, with a wave of his hand, the transformed withered demon blood blade appeared. With a slash, it directly cut off a huge right wing from Xianxiao's 3,000-meter-long golden eagle true body. He just said that he would roast the void rat and cut off one of Xianxiao's chicken wings to roast. Then, Yixian turned his hand again, and the withered demon blood blade disappeared. Xianxia, who had cut off one of the Jiqi's wings, was also directly put into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron in his body. Xianxia obviously wouldn't die just by cutting off one of the Jiqi's wings, but Yixian wouldn't let him go. This guy actually dared to greet Yixian's mother. When this sentence came out, his ending was already determined. This headless body of the void rat is thousands of feet long. I can't eat it all by myself. Previously, I said that I would treat Porcupine and Hairy Turtle to eat the void rat's meat, so I'd better keep it and roast it later. Anyway, the void rat had already been beheaded, so it couldn't escape the final fate of being roasted and eaten. Yixian waved his hand as he spoke loudly, and directly put Shu Wushuang's headless body and huge head into the Shenong cauldron in the undying world in his body. Then his gaze swept over to the Jiqi's wings that had just been cut off from Xianxiao's golden eagle true body. Xianxia was a Taoist of the golden eagle tribe, a supreme expert of the universe. After manifesting the golden eagle true body, the Jiqi's wings had reached thousands of feet in length. If a complete Jiqi's wings were 3,000 feet long, Yixian wouldn't be able to finish it all by himself. The Jiqi's wings that he had cut off in the void was only a small part of the right wing of the golden eagle true body. Even so, it was still thousands of feet long. After roasting it with the dual-colored flames in the Shenong cauldron and removing the impurities, it would be at least 60 to 70 feet long. Yixian definitely wouldn't be able to finish it all by himself. However, it didn't matter. He was prepared to roast it all in one go for the sake of swallowing a tube of level 13 liquid and making the final preparations to break through to the 13th great realm, the Genesis realm. Of the 60 to 70 feet of roasted chicken wings, he would at most consume 20 feet of them. The remaining 40 feet would be taken into Yixian's body and thrown directly into the Shenong cauldron. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, and the 8 great guardian warriors were still inside, eagerly watching. Since the battle this time started when Lang Gongxiang was taken into the Shenong cauldron after being knocked unconscious, those fellows in the cauldron must have known that Yixian was causing trouble outside again. Chapter 37:37. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a Shenong dual-colored flame was pulled out from the space within the Shenong cauldron in Yixian's undying world. It directly enveloped the 300-meter-long eagle wing that lay in the space to the right. As soon as the dual-colored flame touched it, the golden wing was completely burned, revealing the wing meat inside, and then began to drip. It sounded very comfortable, but in the eyes of the hundreds of geniuses around, it was no different from a soul-stirring sound. This group of people trembled violently at the first moment, turned around, and fled in all directions while trembling. Everything happened too fast. Except for Xianxia and Shu Wushuang, no one knew that they had actually set a trap, waiting for the little primordial demon ape to fall into it. Until the roar came from Xianxiao's mouth, followed by Shu Wushuang's teleportation, and the long-handled broadsword was about to chop off the little primordial demon ape's neck. The hundreds of young prodigies who had followed behind the two of them, as well as Ji Jingfeng who had fled in all directions, suddenly came to a realization. At that moment, everyone's faces were full of surprise. Sure enough, they were worthy of being the Taoist of heaven and earth. With the two of them working together, they could easily chop off the little primordial demon ape. However, what happened next was so strange that everyone's eyes popped out. Shu Wushuang seemed to have gone crazy. He was the Taoist of heaven and earth of the Void Rat clan. At the most critical moment, when the broadsword in his hand was about to chop off the little primordial demon ape's neck, he dropped the chain at this moment and directly cut off his own neck with the broadsword. Then, before everyone could react, Xianxia, who was drenched by the blood gushing out from the headless neck cavity of Shu Wuxia, was hit by the big-headed black stick on the back of his head, just like Lang Gongxiang and Ji Jingfeng before. His head swelled up like a mountain, and he fainted directly and was dragged away. This was too shocking. All of this was really hard to accept. If it was said that Lang Gongxiang and Ji Jingfeng were both ambushed by the small primordial demonic ape from behind, and that was why they were so pitiful. But now, Shu Wuxia and Jin Haoxiao had set a trap in advance to lure the little primordial demonic ape into their trap. Moreover, they had even succeeded. In just a moment, they would be able to cut off one of the 3 heads of the little primordial demonic ape, or at least severely injure it. However, the final result was completely the opposite. Shu Wuxia and Jin Haoxiao were killed and injured, while the little primordial demon ape, after receiving the captives and spoils of war, directly roasted chicken wings in front of everyone. What did this mean? It meant that everyone's previous understanding of this little primordial demon ape was wrong. He was merely at the grand perfection of the cosmic light stage 9th stage. Yet he had already killed and captured 3 of the 4 Tao children of heaven and earth, as well as 7 or 8 weaker juniors from other races. This was definitely a fierce reputation, and no one dared to provoke it. At least the hundreds of young geniuses of the major forces who were still lingering at the edge of the hinterland absolutely did not have the guts to do so. Now, nearly 100 people were fleeing in all directions, their expressions changing drastically. They were simply like stray dogs. It was really because the little primordial demon ape was too ferocious. It was either directly chopping it off and roasting it, or smashing it on the back of its head. They did not dare to compete with the Taoist of heaven and earth. As for the cultivation realm and combat power, there was no need to compete. In the face of such a murderous god, was there any other choice except to escape? Unfortunately, even if the battlefield was only at the edge of the core hinterland of the source of all evil, it was still vast and boundless, spanning tens of millions of miles. The little primordial demon ape was guarding the only way to the buffer zone outside the central region, so these guys had no way to escape. Anyway, they did not dare to go deep into the core hinterland, where there were a large number of indigenous fierce beasts, including the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, who were the old monsters of the region, were definitely more fierce than the little primordial demon ape. In desperation, the hundreds of young geniuses of the various clans could only wander around the edge of the core hinterland, trembling and extremely anxious. At this time, Yi Xian had already roasted the 1,000 feet long golden eagle wing. After being burned by the Shinnong dual-colored flame, the eagle wing was now only about 70 feet long. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the black demon blade cut through, leaving about 20 feet long, and the remaining 50 feet were divided into 3 parts. One part was about 10 feet long, and he threw it into the internal space of the Shinnong cauldron, letting the 3 purplish warbler girls and the 8 great Vajras benefit from it. The other 2 parts were also about 20 feet long, and flew directly to the core hinterland in front of them. This was to show respect to the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. Then he turned his right hand, and the black demon blade was taken into his body. Then he took out the big black stick, which was about 1,000 feet long, and dragged it behind him. Then his left hand waved in the void, and the 20 feet long golden eagle wing flew up automatically and rushed in front of him. He held it in his left hand and bit it. Delicious. As expected of the eagle wing, it was much more delicious than the python meat. It was extremely tender, and it melted in his mouth. A wave of energy spread in his body, and some mysterious sounds of chains could be vaguely heard. This was the sign that the shackles of the human body's potential were being pulled by the essence of the flesh and blood, and were about to be torn apart. You can't escape. I have said before that this is the gambling battlefield. Either you don't come in, or you don't want to leave. Around the void in front of him, The hundreds of young geniuses of the various forces were all looking at him in horror, and there were many familiar faces among them. For example, Gong Wu Xian, Chou Fu, Wu Chunzi, and Yu Xianlong. There were also Jiao Batian, Peng Jingxiao, the two princes of the Heavenly Qin Kingdom and the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, Zhan Lingfeng, Su Biqing, and even Yi Xian's brother in name, the first prince of the Immortal Dynasty, Long Xiang, and so on. Seeing these guys, Yi Xian was even more delighted. At this moment, he, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, was holding a huge golden eagle wing that was 20 feet long in his left hand, which was made of flesh and blood. He was gnawing on it, while his other right hand was dragging a huge black club that was 1,000 feet long. As he ate, he walked step by step toward the hundreds of young geniuses of the various forces in the void in front of him. Don't struggle. It's useless. Why can't you obey me? At least, you can avoid being beaten by the black stick. This scene was too weird and too vulgar. At first glance, it was like a burly man holding a chicken drumstick in one hand and a huge mace in the other. He was gnawing on it while walking toward a group of defenseless girls with a lewd smile. And he was even smiling evilly. Don't resist. Obey me, or you will be beaten. Chapter 37-38. Bang, bang, bang. The small primordial demon ape was not polite at all. Without saying a word, it directly teleported away, waving the big-headed black stick in its right hand again and again. Every time, it landed on the back of the heads of the young geniuses of the various factions. As for those human clan experts, who did not have a huge bloodline true body, their entire bodies were hit. Smashed. Of course, the cultivation of these guys was below him. Only a few of them were in the cosmic light realm, but they had not reached the 9th-stage perfection of this realm. They were still weaker than Yi Xian and could not withstand his full strength. Therefore, Yi Xian controlled his strength and only smashed these guys into long bumps on their heads or directly vomited blood. Their lives were not in danger. The reason why Yi Xian was anxious to attack was that the 200-foot-long golden eagle wing in his left hand was now visible to the bone. The energy in Yi Xian's body was surging endlessly. If he had not tried his best to suppress it, the countless pores on his body would have spewed out thousands of rays of light at this moment. In this realm, he had reached the peak and had a breakthrough. However, there was still an extremely thick shackle of the physical body and blood in his body that had not been torn apart. The majestic blood and blood flow was not smooth, and all the obstacles made him very uncomfortable, as if there was a choke in his throat. Now, Yi Xian only wanted to take a tube of 13-level liquid as soon as possible, tear the potential shackles, and break through in one fell swoop. From then on, he would enter a new realm. Therefore, before that, he had to smash all the young geniuses of the various factions and take them into his body. At this time, as the giant eagle wing in his left hand was gnawed away, the 3-headed, 6-armed primordial demon ape swung the big-headed black stick in its right hand and smashed it down. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 people were knocked out and directly fainted on the spot. Then, Yi Xian took all of them into the Shinnong cauldron in his body. There were only about 40 young geniuses of the various factions left outside, all of whom were acquaintances of Yi Xian. At this moment, they were all trembling in fear and repeatedly begging for mercy. In the face of such a ferocious lord, coupled with the fact that there was no way to escape, they had no choice but to beg for mercy. Little demonic ape, do you know who I am? I am Long Xiang, the first prince of the Immortal Dynasty, the future immortal emperor. If you dare to use the black stick, I will fight with you. Perhaps he felt that blindly begging for mercy might be useless. This immemorial demonic ape was too ferocious, so he had to come up with something to make it fear him. As a result, when the first prince of the Imperial Dynasty, Long Xiang, steeled his heart and clenched his teeth as he announced his name when he saw Yi Xian approaching with the big head black rod in his right hand. After all, the Immortal Dynasty was one of the 2 major factions of the human race, and the human race could be said to be the dominant faction in the Wanluo Federation. Only when all the major races of the second universe joined forces could they contend with the human race's cultivation and technology factions. From this perspective, the universe Tao child of any race in the second or first universe could not compare to the first prince of the everlasting dynasty, no matter how great his background was. Xiang was quite confident in this point. In fact, after hearing Xiang's words, the three-headed, six-armed primordial demon ape was stunned for a moment. Its body suddenly stopped in midair, and the expressions on its three heads also became strange. Zhan Lingfeng and Su Biqing, the two crown princes of the Heavenly Qin Kingdom and the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, saw this scene. They were also stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. It seems that the Immortal Dynasty is quite famous. Since that was the case, in order to avoid being tortured by the big-headed black stick, he had no choice but to follow behind the first prince and get a free ride. Thinking like this, the two guys immediately jumped out with flushed faces. They patted their chests and spoke with certainty. Their tone was incomparably firm, and their expressions were extremely confident. And me, I am Su Biqing, the crown prince of the Heavenly Qin Kingdom, the first prince's trusted aide. As for me, I am Zhan Lingfeng, the crown prince of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom. Speaking of the first prince's most trusted aide, I am naturally ranked above Su Biqing. Fellow Taoist, this prince advises you not to be impulsive. Just as Zhan Lingfeng and Su Biqing finished howling, the first prince, Xiang, reached out his hand and pushed the two of them to the side. He walked to the front and tried to persuade Yixian with a pretentious expression. In the current world, in the three great plains, the Heaven's legacy race has been defeated and fled. The myriad Luo Federation is the dominant force, and in the Federation, it belongs to the human clan. In the human clan, the Immortal Dynasty is one of the two camps. This prince, as the future immortal emperor. Bang, bang, bang. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the little primordial demon ape had already lifted the big-headed black club behind it. With a swing of its right hand, it pointed at Xiang, Zhan Lingfeng, and Su Biqing's heads one by one. Pooh! The three of them spat out blood on the spot, and 70 to 80% of their bones were broken. This was the result of Yixian controlling his strength. Otherwise, with one hit from the black stick, they would have exploded into a bloody mist and died completely. Even so, under Yixian's mercy, the three of them were still heavily injured on the spot. Although they didn't faint, their eyes were confused and they couldn't find focus at all. This was because their minds were rumbling, and their eyes were filled with signs of gold bursting out. They were stunned by a single hit from a stick. With a wave of his hand, Yixian put away Xiang and the others, and then turned to look at Gong Wuxin and the others, including the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, who was also one of them. Now, there were only a little over 40 people left outside who had not been hit by his black stick. All of them were extremely frightened, and felt that this little devil in front of them was simply stubborn, and no matter what they said, he would not listen to them. For a time, no one dared to make a sound. Little brother, I am a woman. Can you not be so fierce? You scare me so much that my heart is beating wildly. In the end, the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, removed her bloodline true body state and returned to her human form. She looked like a delicate little girl, and at this time, a pair of big watery eyes were fixed on Yixian, and her expression was lovely and pitiful. This little girl had no other choice, and was afraid that she would also be hit by Yixian's black stick. If that happened, her head would be swollen or a horn would grow. Not only would it be painful, but it would also be very ugly. However, this little devil ape in front of her was stubborn, so she had no choice but to try a honey trap. Perhaps it would work. Bang! Monster, you were a big snake just now, and now you have become a little girl who is bewitching everyone. You deserve to be beaten. Just as Medusa finished speaking, a 300-meter-long, big-head black rod landed on her head, smashing her into the air on the spot. Although there weren't any bags on her head, nor were there any broken bones or tendons, she rolled her eyes and was directly taken away by Yixian. Oh my God, that's too cruel. Chapter 37-39. In the end, everyone, including Wuxia and the other experts of the human clan, was sucked into the internal space of the Shinnong cauldron inside Yixian's body. However, Gong Wuxin was deliberately left behind, as he still needed to maintain the huge silver ball in the void above the edge of the hinterland. Without this crystal ball, the experts of the major forces watching the battle in the buffer zone of the central region would not be able to see what was happening inside. They would not be able to see with their own eyes how their Tao disciples and younger generation of Heaven's prides were suppressed. It would not be good if they were to act shamelessly afterwards. Of course, Yixian did not let the hundreds of Heaven's prides appear directly outside the space inside the Shinnong cauldron. Instead, he threw them into the hinterland of a mountain. In this way, these people would not know where they were, so they would not expose the shocking secret that the primordial little demon ape was young Master Linghu. After all, except for a few people, Yixian would release the rest later to extort ransom from the major forces. He was about to use the 13th level liquid in his hands, and he urgently needed the 14th and 15th level liquids. Yixian had the 9-color meat paste, all evil liquid, and the rare grade medium hellish ant liquid. After adding them, there was basically no chance of failure in refining. However, there were still some missing materials required for the 14th and 15th level liquids, which were extremely rare heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. This time, it was rare that almost all the major forces of the 3 major planes had gathered, so it was just right to solve this problem. Obediently maintain that silver ball above your head for this ape. Don't think about running away, or this ape will beat you to death with a stick. At this moment, Gong Wuxin was standing on a small planet near the edge of the hinterland, with his head tucked in. Yixian shouted at him, scaring Gong Wuxin so much that he hurriedly put on a smiling face and repeatedly said yes. At this moment, he suddenly thought of young Master Linghu. This master in front of him had the same temperament as that master. They were both gluttons, ferocious, and monstrous. In the end, he still remembered to maintain the silver ball above his head. He was really making the best use of everything. Even as a captive, he still had to do it. Coolies, don't be so pathetic. He didn't even think about escaping. The planet he was standing on was too far away from the central region's buffer zone. Before he could rush over, he would probably be suppressed midway. Yixian wasn't worried about this. After scolding Gong Wuxin a few times, he immediately sat down cross-legged in the middle of the void at the edge of the hinterland. He took out the tube of level 13 liquid that he had already prepared and drank it in one gulp. After that, Yixian hesitated slightly before he withdrew another drop of evil origin elixir. It floated before him, and he opened his mouth and swallowed it. At this moment, the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise shuddered at the same time. Although the drop of all evil origin elixir that Yixian had taken out had only stayed in the outside world for a very short period of time, it was almost negligible. However, as region lords, their divine senses were extremely formidable, so the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle were still able to sense it. The aura of that drop of liquid was clearly exactly similar to the aura of the nether furnace, and it was even pure. They had a feeling that it was definitely a precious treasure related to the nether furnace. But why has it appeared in the little ape's possession? He seems to be very familiar with it, because he opened his mouth and swallowed it in a natural and smooth manner. He didn't hesitate or worry at all. Obviously, it wasn't the first time he'd consumed it. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle exchanged glances, and then they revealed expressions of deep contemplation as they fell into deep contemplation. Fortunately, there was a boundary between the central region's buffer zone and the central area, so the divine senses of experts couldn't directly pass through the boundary and sense everything that was happening in the central area. Otherwise, Yixian would have probably experienced danger at that instant just now. The primeval porcupine and primeval turtle were able to acutely sense the aura of the all-evil origin elixir, so Jiao Kong and the other 3 region lords were obviously able to sense it as well. Although they hadn't seen the all-evil origin elixir before, They could basically deduce from its aura that all 4 region lords would probably go crazy and rush in to rob Yixian on the spot. It wasn't completely impossible. After all, the ultimate reason Jiao Kong and the other region lords had come to the Star region where the all-evil origin elixir was because they hoped that the ancestors behind the various races of the second universe would reward them with a drop or 2 of all-evil origin elixir after they obtained the fortunes in the central area. Even the ancestors of the various clans were only given 1 or 2 drops each. How could they not go crazy when they were suddenly presented with such a thing? Yixian still didn't know that his actions just now were extremely dangerous. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly and no unexpected changes had occurred. At this moment, after swallowing the drop of all evil origin elixir, he had already closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, beginning to refine it in the air. He was going all out to break through to the 13th great realm, Genesis. The excruciating pain of having every inch of his flesh and blood being crushed and then reassembled quickly came. As Yixian sat cross-legged in the air, his 3 true bodies all revealed expressions of pain. This was the effect of the grade 13 elixir. It was truly breaking through the shackles of his original body's potential. This wasn't the first time Yixian had experienced this feeling, but what he felt each time was close to the limit of pain. After all, although his cultivation had increased, the amount of gene cultivation fluid he used would also increase. The medicinal effects would also increase time and time again. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve the desired effect. He wouldn't be able to break through the shackles of his physical body's potential and tear apart the shackles that shackled his cultivation. Moreover, this time, Yixian had swallowed a drop of all evil origin elixir after swallowing a tube of grade 13 elixir. The latter also targeted the physical body and was a supreme treasure, so it strengthened the effects of the grade 13 elixir even more. With the 2 effects stacked together, the pain Yixian felt this time was particularly intense. However, he clenched his teeth and endured it in the end. The entire process didn't last very long. After all, he had already laid down his foundation beforehand. The wing that was almost 20 feet long contained a large amount of pure vital energy. It had already dissolved in Yixian's body and surged endlessly. Now that the effects of the grade 13 elixir had spread, coupled with the assistance of the all-evil origin elixir, the clanking of the chains in Yixian's body grew louder and louder. In the end, with a great clang, the shackles that shackled his physical body were finally completely torn apart, no longer binding him. At this moment, the rate at which the energy in Yixian's body surged suddenly increased. If it was a surging river before, it was now a roaring, surging river. It was completely different from before. In the next instant, the little primordial devil ape sitting cross-legged in the void opened its eyes. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of all 3 true bodies. Chapter 3740. Ding! Congratulations to host. Your physical body's blood chi realm has increased. Current realm. First level Genesis realm. The moment Yixian opened his eyes, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. He clenched his fists and stood up in the void. His physical body's blood chi realm had finally broken through and entered the 13th realm, the first level Genesis realm. Then what about this 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true form? Previously, when his physical body's blood chi realm was at the peak of the 9th level void realm, Yixian's cultivation base was at the peak of the 9th level cosmic realm in his 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true form. Of the 3 true forms, the physical body was Yixian's original body, while the skeletal body and black mist body each increased his strength by an entire realm. Now that his body of flesh and blood had successfully broken through and advanced to the first level of the Genesis realm, if nothing unexpected happened, then the current Yixian, in the state of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape's true body, should also have increased his cultivation and stepped into the universe realm in one fell swoop. The universe realm was a watershed in the cultivation base of a starry sky expert. Only after entering the universe realm could one be called a mighty figure. Although Yi Xian was only able to temporarily possess the cultivation of the universe realm after activating the true body of the three-headed, six-armed demon ape, he was still very excited. After all, it could be said that he had felt the power of the universe realm in advance and had gotten over the addiction of the universe realm. Yi Xian tried to circulate the power in his body between his three true forms. That feeling of smoothness made him very happy. Compared to before, he was indeed much stronger. However, he didn't directly reveal the aura of the universe realm. Instead, he maintained the appearance of the peak of the 9th level cosmic realm. Because if nothing unexpected happened, the next round of battle should be coming soon. The bet was 3 months, and only 12 days had passed. After successfully breaking through, Yi Xian's mind was immediately focused on another matter. That was to deal with the 100 or so juniors of the various powers that he had captured, and use them to extort from the various powers in the buffer zone of the central region, in order to gather all the materials needed to refine level 14 and level 15 liquids in one go. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, Yi Xian did not intend to get rid of the 3 captured heaven and earth path chosen from the top 10 clans of the second universe, namely Lang Gongxiang, Jin Haoxiao, and Ji Jingfeng. On one hand, it was because this kind of Tao disciple was not to be underestimated. In the future, it was very likely that they would grow to the point where they could pose a threat to Yi Xian. On the other hand, it was because in Yi Xian's eyes, this kind of universe realm Tao disciple was still very useful to him. However, this matter required him to personally enter the inner space of the Farmer God Cauldron and discuss it with Ji Jinghong and the other young patriarchs who had long since submitted to him, so he could only put it aside for the time being. After all, he was still in the middle of the 3-month bet and was the center of attention. He really couldn't bring out the Farmer God Cauldron and enter personally. After thinking through everything clearly, Yi Xian turned his head and looked at the silver crystal ball in the void above his head. First, he revealed a harmless smile, then raised his hand and waved gently, which was considered a greeting. Then, he opened his mouth and went straight to the point. Everyone, this ape has already finished harvesting the first batch of dishes you sent over. I've tasted a dish of braised chicken wings, and it tastes pretty good. Is there anything else? Pooh, pooh, pew, pooh. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of people coughing up blood could be heard from the buffer zone of the central region outside. Almost all the higher-ups of the major forces were furious, and their faces turned green. In the blink of an eye, they turned green, and finally, they began to turn black. In short, they were colorful and wonderful. In particular, the higher-ups of the Golden Eagle clan were all furious. The Star Lord and Domain Lord of the clan almost could not hold back and wanted to directly rush in and slap this hateful little devil ape cub to death. Roar! This is too infuriating. He actually cut off one of the chicken wings of our heaven and earth path chosen, roasted it, and ridiculed it as braised chicken wings. This is too much. On the side, the Star Lord and Domain Lord of the Space Rat clan were also exposed. Squeak! He must be killed. He is simply lawless. Even our heaven and earth path chosen was beheaded with one slash. While talking, the Domain Lord of the 2 clans immediately rushed out of the fortress flagship of the fleet of their clans, wanting to rush to the edge of the hinterland ahead to kill the little primordial devil ape. Seeing this scene, the Domain Lords of the Blood WRM clan and the Yingji clan, Jiao Kong, became anxious on the spot. They hurriedly rushed out and stopped the 2 furious super experts in the void in time. They bitterly persuaded and patiently tried to tempt them. 2 fellow cultivators, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. We are still in the 3-month period of the bet. We still have a chance. That's right. Our path chosen of the Yingji clan was also knocked out. As long as we can capture that little monkey, all the hostages will be released. Then, all the races of the 3 universes will join forces. Do you think we won't be able to capture that little monkey? The heaven and earth path chosen of the other clans are about to arrive. The previous 3 path chosen couldn't do it. Next time, 5 or 6 path chosen will do it together. Anyway, he said it himself. Besides, this kid's concealment secret technique has been exposed. At that time, we'll send a golden eagle clan descendant. This generation of heaven's chosen will just go over. This plan is wonderful. This way, we are confident. The Golden Eagle clan's Yin-Yang Hawkeye has the effect of breaking through illusions. Didn't the little monkey rely on the concealment secret technique to knock out the stick? Breaking his concealment technique, with his cosmic light realm cultivation, 5 or 6 path chosen are enough to suppress him. As for the space path chosen of the Spatial Rat clan, alas, what a pity. But he's already fallen, so it's useless to be rash. Once we win this bet and enter the depths of the core area, we'll be able to obtain compensation in the end. Fellow Taoist, my condolences. The crux of the matter is that there's an over 90% chance that a primeval devil ape at the World Lord realm resides in the depths of the core area ahead. Otherwise, how could that little monkey make those 2 region lords fawn over him like that? Even though we already have 4 region lords now, we don't have the slightest confidence in our ability to go against a world lord. If we want to obtain the fortune in the depths of the core area, then the only way is to capture that little monkey and make that world lord realm old devil ape hold back. Presently, they took the initiative to make the bet. Moreover, it's a one-on-one battle, and it's even 3 months of time. The old devil ape is too arrogant and intends to use the Tao chosen of all the top-rate powers of our 3 dimensions to temper its child. But this is our opportunity as well. It's our one and only opportunity to capture that little devil ape openly. Once we break the bet now, then we'll lose this opportunity. At that time, with that old devil ape at the World Lord realm guarding the front, not to mention 4 region lords, we wouldn't dare rashly take the risk even if another 4 region lords came. Chapter 3741. What? Could it be that this was the only dish? Nothing else? That's too boring, isn't it? I haven't had enough fun yet. I haven't even warmed up, and your people have already been wiped out. Besides, only 12 days have passed of the 3-month bet. Are you going to end it so hastily? What bullsh asterisk T3 universe planes? They're just a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. They're too weak. How about this? In order to let this ape play to its heart's content, this ape can release the hundreds of people that were captured just now. You guys organize and train them well. Then, gather another army and continue to play with this ape. How about that? But I can't work for nothing. I can release the people, but I have to pay a ransom. Yes, a ransom. I'll give you 3 days to collect the ransom. If you don't redeem them in 3 days, I'll dispose of them and roast them one by one. I'll let the indigenous ferocious beast brothers in the depths of the hinterland have a good meal. As for the ransom, I don't want any cultivation. I don't need those things. I only want all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. You must collect the following items before you can redeem these captives. You can't do anything less. The deal is off. We'll eat in 3 days. At the end of his speech, Yi Xian reported all the materials he still lacked to refine the level 14 and level 15 liquid. They included the 10,000 years lunar spirit erosion fluid, the phoenix blood 9 heaven sand, the serene green blood pearl, the soul accumulating grass, the 10,000 years bag bamboo, and many other extremely rare top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The leaders of the major forces outside the buffer zone were all dumbfounded and had cold sweat popping out of their foreheads. The level 14 and level 15 liquid was no ordinary item. Until now, in the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp, the major forces and families that researched the gene liquid could only refine the level 8 and level 9 liquid. Only the Tuoba family could refine the level 10 liquid. This was the result of Yi Xian throwing a level 10 liquid formula to the Tuoba family as the young master of Linghu family when they were consuming their family's resources. This showed the preciousness of the level 14 and level 15 liquid. The level 14 elixir wasn't a big deal. After all, consuming a single vial would only result in the creation of a level 14 cosmic light tier elite. However, the level 15 elixir was incredible. Once a cosmic light tier elite took a vial and successfully broke through, a universe tier elite of the 15th level would instantly appear. That was an almighty figure of the universe. Just 1 or 2 vials of level 15 liquid could be created from a cosmic light tier elite. It was clear how frightening its medicinal effects were. From this, it could be seen how precious the various heavenly and earthly treasures required to concoct a gene fluid of this level were. Even though Yi Xian had robbed, extorted, and extorted so many times that it could be said that he had done all sorts of bad things, and his targets were all the top powers and clans of the 3 Great Plains. However, he still didn't have all the heavenly and earthly treasures required to concoct these 2 types of gene fluids. The 10,000 years lunar spirit eroding liquid, phoenix blood, 9 heaven sand, serene jade blood pearl, soul winding silk grass, 10,000 years pouch bamboo, and other treasures of heaven and earth that he asked for were all the rarest and most precious treasures. Even if a top force or clan had them, they would store them in their family's treasure vault. They would not use them easily. Because of this, Yi Xian's price directly scared the upper echelons of the major forces. After being stunned for a moment, they all flew into a rage and roared, "Bandit! Bandit! He actually wants the 10,000 years pouch bamboo. Is this little monkey crazy? He's been led astray. They've all been led astray. They've all been led astray by that damn young master Linghu." Since that little bastard Linghu Chong did the same thing in the Medicine King Cauldron, first the Netherworld young master followed suit, and now the indigenous ferocious beast Little Demon King in the first universe's source of all evil Starfield is doing the same thing. They've all been led astray, but although it's infuriating, can we really not redeem them? We don't care about your clans, but the one captured by our dynasty is the first prince of the direct bloodline. No matter what, we must redeem him. Let's do it. Although this little monkey wants all the top-grade rare treasures, and in large quantities, all the top-grade forces and clans in the 3 major planes are here, and each clan can only offer 1 or 2 treasures, so we can still afford it. We can only gather as much as we can. Everyone has heard the words of that little monkey. Those who have hostages in his hands don't hide anything. He won't trade anything less than what he needs. Anyway, this little monkey will be caught by us in the end. No matter how good the treasure is, it's only temporary. He will just let it go for a while. For the sake of the younger generation of the clan, he will grit his teeth and endure. After some discussion, the Star-Lord old monsters of the major clans finally reached an agreement and decided to gather all the top treasures needed for the trade. Very quickly, the lists submitted by the various clans were gathered together. The items that Yi Xian requested were gathered together by almost all the top powers of the 3 planes. In the end, they were all gathered together. However, these top treasures were basically all stored in the ancestral treasure vaults of the various clans or forces. It was impossible to prepare them in the provisions of such an expedition fleet. Therefore, the next step was to inform the various clans and forces to open the wormhole teleportation and send the required items. The treasures were sent over 1 by 1. Although the first universe no longer had a level 1 star network signal that could cover the entire plane, there was still a level 2 star network signal. The level 2 star network could only cover a star field, but neighboring clans could still communicate and communicate immediately. The information of the various clans was sent out layer by layer. As for the information of the clans of the second universe and the human race of the third universe, after being sent to the demon race, they finally had no choice but to promise the demon race that they would rent the demon race under the premise of certain benefits. The communication and short-distance directional teleportation array were finally settled. Although 3 days was not a long time, these top treasures were all sent over through wormholes. Moreover, they were dead objects, not living things, so it was more convenient and faster. On the evening of the last day, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and top-grade treasures requested on the trade list were finally sent over. They were all sent to the source of all evil Starfield. The trade was quickly carried out. A small warship driven by an intelligent robot drove out of the buffer zone of the central region, crossed the boundary line ahead, and drove into the edge of the core hinterland. There was a small space box in the warship. Inside it were all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and top-grade treasures that Yi Xian had requested. They were all gathered together. Chapter 3742. Other than Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, Lang Gongxiang, and the other 3 heaven and earth Dao children, as well as the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, Gong Wuxin was also left behind by Yi Xian. Because there was still a second wave of food delivery army, Yi Xian had to leave him behind to maintain the silver ball in the air above his head. As for the other 100 or so people, including the first prince of the immortal dynasty, Long Xiang, Yi Xian released them all, causing them to fly and jump like dogs. They rushed out of the core area as if they were fleeing. After a short while, the Yingji clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colored Python clan, and the 5 Star Lords of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace of the Human clan almost roared at the same time. Whereas Ji Jingfeng, our Yingji clan has also collected a portion of the 9 heaven sand of Phoenix blood, which is also a top treasure. Why don't you release our Taoist disciple? Lang Gongxiang, the Taoist disciple of the Greedy Wolf clan, is also not released. Our clan has offered 12 soul winding grass. Little monkey, are you trying to take advantage of us? And Jin Haoxiao, the Taoist disciple of the Golden Eagle clan, has already been roasted by you. Why don't you release him? Our clan has also collected a jar of 10,000 years lunar spirit erosion liquid. As a human, no. As a monkey, you have to keep your word. Roar. This is too much. Indigenous ferocious beasts. Are you breaking the contract? Release them immediately, including the little princess of our clan, Medusa. She is not the heaven and earth Taoist disciple. Little monkey, why do you keep her here? That's enough. Don't yell. I'll roast them all together if you keep yelling. The primordial little demon ape looked up at the silver ball in the sky and rolled its eyes. I'll play with them for a few more days. I didn't say that I would release them once the ransom was paid, so it's not a breach of contract. Anyway, I'll release them when the time is up. After that, Yi Xian turned around and rushed into the depths of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, leaving behind an extremely arrogant sentence. When will the second wave of food delivery army be ready? Hurry up. I'm so bored. I'll go back and wait. Remember to be good this time. Don't let me down. Puff. Poo-pew. The sound of people coughing up blood once again resounded from the buffer zone of the central region. However, the upper echelons of the various great powers were powerless to do anything about it. Even the 4 old monsters of the domain lords were helpless. They could only grit their teeth and bear with it as they anxiously waited for the Dao lords of the other clans to descend. Little hairy ape, the braised chicken wings just now were really delicious, much better than the python meat. Sure. But isn't there still Ji-Chi? Hurry up and chop it off at the base. It should be at least 3 to 4,000 feet long. It should be enough for us to eat. Yi Xian had just returned to the core hinterland when the immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise immediately came to greet him, drooling at the corners of their mouths. When they saw him, they immediately asked him to roast some chicken wings. Furthermore, it wasn't just the tip of the wing that was cut off. He had directly cut off the base of the wing. Only this side is missing a wing tip. You can't touch it anymore, or that brat will die. I still have other uses for it. Once I'm done with it, I still have to hand it over. At the very least, I have to ensure that it's still alive. We can't lose our trust. Yi Xian rolled his eyes, but he didn't refuse. However, from the meaning behind his words, it was clear that he planned to leave Ji Jingfeng, Lang Gongxiang, and Jin Haoxiao with only one breath to ensure that they were still alive. He didn't care about anything else. Upon hearing that there was still at least 3,000 to 4,000 feet of braised chicken wings to enjoy, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise immediately nodded repeatedly. They didn't care at all that Yi Xian planned to use these 3 guys for other purposes. After all, they were his spoils of war. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly settled this matter in the Shinnon Cauldron. The other side of Jin Haoxiao's wing was cut off at the base by him. His miserable howl shook the heavens, but it didn't come out. This brat deserved it. Originally, Yi Xian wouldn't have been so heavy-handed. However, who asked him to have such a bad mouth before. He actually brought up Yi Xian's elders when he burst out with vulgarities. He had to get his revenge. This time, Yi Xian didn't draw out the Shun Nong's dual-colored flames. Instead, he directly roasted them in the central region's volcano. After being roasted, the huge golden wings that had shrunk to a length of around 300 feet were taken out. In an instant, a fragrance filled the air, and this corner of the void was filled with a strange fragrance. The immemorial porcupine and the immemorial tortoise roared and immediately pounced on it. The 100 or so Star Lords nearby were drooling. In the end, every Star Lord local beast was given a piece of the wing, which they then carried back to their own residences to enjoy. As for the other universe realm ferocious beasts, they did not have such luck. There were simply too many of them, and it was impossible to divide them all. While those foodies were enjoying the food, Yi Xian asked some of the local beasts to keep an eye on the periphery of the hinterland. They were to inform him immediately if a second wave of food was coming. Now, he already had an extraordinary status in the core hinterland of the origin of all evil. He was brothers with the most powerful experts, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. Previously, when he was on patrol, he was guarded by 20 Star Lords. Those local ferocious beasts were naturally submissive to his orders, and they didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. After all, they were still hoping that Yi Xian would be able to get more high-grade ingredients so that they could follow him and have a good meal. Soon, a nest of Universe Master-level ferocious beasts rushed out and closely monitored the periphery of the hinterland. As for Yi Xian, he entered a remote corner in the depths of the hinterland. He didn't avoid the fierce beasts in the distance and waved his hand to summon the Shinnon Cauldron. However, it was only 30,000 meters long. Then, he took a step forward and entered the Shinnon Cauldron with his true body. Wow, what's going on this time? Don't think that we don't know that the mountains around the central area are moving. Something is clearly locked inside. Just tell us the truth. How many good things did you get this time? We'll get a share. Yi Xian regained his original appearance after he entered the Shinnon Cauldron. However, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru greeted him as soon as he reappeared. The 8 warriors were behind them. Their mouths were covered in grease. They had obviously been eating the roasted chicken wing and hadn't even wiped their mouths yet. They hadn't seen each other for a while. Not only did the cultivation of the purplish warbler and the 8 warriors soar, but it was also the same for them. It seemed that they were very satisfied with their life in the cauldron. At least, their cultivation wouldn't have improved so fast outside. Within the enormous space within the cauldron, there were exotic flowers and herbs everywhere, and spirit energy was constantly gushing out. This was indeed a treasured land for cultivation. Moreover, from time to time, there would be meat roasted by the Shinnon unusual flame, and it was simply too comfortable. Stop fooling around. I'm here for serious business, and time is of the essence. Chapter 3743. There were more than 20 elites of the various races in the second universe imprisoned by Yi Xian at the bottom of the volcano in the Shinnon Cauldron region. Among them, Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, Jin Haoyan, and Lang Ganglai were the leaders. These 4 guys were the young masters of their respective races. Of course, they were the previous ones. Ever since they were captured by young Master Linghu, the outside world thought that they had died. Among all the captives captured this time, Yi Xian had been released. Only 5 Yi Xian were left. Gong Wuxin was outside, maintaining the crystal ball shadow technique, and the 3 Dao disciples of heaven and earth, Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, and Lang Gongxiang, were imprisoned in the belly of the mountains in the cauldron space. They knew where they were. Only the last one, the little princess of the colored python race, Medusa, was imprisoned by Yi Xian in the mountain wall cage at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, next to Ji Jinghong and the others. Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, Jin Haoyan, and Medusa. These 4 people were the foundation of Yi Xian to control the 4 races behind him. Among the top 10 races in the second universe, the Dark Turtle race was an ally. Aside from the Dark Turtle race, there were 9 other races. Right now, among the 9 races, 4 races already had candidates to nurture. As for the other 5 races, Yi Xian decided to choose from the other dozen or so experts of the various races in the second universe, imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Among the top 10 races in the second universe, aside from the Dark Turtle race, these dozen or so young geniuses of the various races were all present. With a wave of his hand, the 20 or so young elites of the various races in the second universe who were imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano in the central region all came in front of Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was only at the first stage of the Genesis realm, the 13th Great Realm, the strongest among the people present was only at the middle stage of the Void Realm. Even if Yi Xian did not activate the three-headed, six-armed devil ape true form, he could still suppress them. Moreover, apart from the newcomer Medusa, the rest of the 20 or so fellows had already sworn oaths of Tao because they could no longer endure the exploitation and torture of the three girls from the Purplish Warbler. They were practically crying and shouting that they would rather commit suicide than serve Yi Xian. Therefore, even if all 20 of them were to be released in front of him, Yi Xian was not afraid at all. He was not worried that there would be a riot. Long Xian, it's you? At this time, Yi Xian had revealed his original appearance. In addition, although the little princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa, had not been imprisoned for a long time and was imprisoned in the mountain wall cage, so her movements were restricted. However, there was no problem in communicating verbally. She had already understood everything through Ji Jinghong and the others. The situation. Therefore, as soon as she appeared, she screamed when she saw Yi Xian. Her face was full of shock. Young Master Linghu, is you? Young Master Yu Ming, is you? Baofeng Sha, is you? And the invincible war god who is still tormenting the human world of cultivation is most likely your clone, as well as Tai Tai, ancient little devil ape. Heavens, there are 7 peerless monsters in the world, and you alone have taken 6 of them. Is there anyone as crazy as you? Do you still want us to live? You're not telling the whole story. Yi Xian shook his right index finger and said with a faint smile, I can add that the demon brother of the demon race, Immo Jiefeng, is actually me. That is to say, the 7 great monstrous geniuses in the world that are rumored by the outside world are actually all this prince alone. Plop, plop. Hearing this, not only Medusa, but even Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the others were so scared that they sat down on the ground. The Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were also stunned. They looked at Yi Xian with their mouths wide open. As for the 8 great Vajras, needless to say, they were looking at Yi Xian with stars in their eyes. They were full of worship. Heavens, the 7 peerless monsters of the current era? Aren't there 5 of them? How long have we been in this Shinnon cauldron? Your Highness, you actually caused such a commotion. There are 7 peerless monsters of the current era, and they are all you alone. I don't want to live. It's not that I don't want to live, but I have accepted my fate. The 7 peerless monsters of the current era are all him alone. What does this mean? This era belongs to him. Forget it. We were still unwilling to accept the oath of allegiance that we swore before, but now it seems that this oath is also the will of the heavens. This era belongs to him, so we can only follow him. We're destined to rise in the future. Prince Xian, take us with you. The 3 universes will belong to us in the future. At first, Ji Jinghong and the other 20 peerless geniuses of the various races in the second universe were only amazed and shocked. But later on, when they realized that Yi Xian was a peerless monster, they all accepted their fate and turned from sighs to excitement. Although this era belonged to the younger generation, it was still young. The competition between the younger generation was also extremely fierce. As for Prince Xian, he had already used facts to prove his monstrous strength. Instead of fighting alone and competing in this era, it was better to band together and follow behind this monstrous prince to conquer the world. When these words came out of Ji Jinghong and the others' mouths, the eyes of the 3 purplish warbler women sparkled. The 8 great guardian deities were even more excited. They had long been on the same side as Yi Xian. Now that they saw that Ji Jinghong and the others, who were originally enemies, had the same realization, how could they not be excited? In fact, even the little princess of the colored python race, Medusa, who had just been captured by Yi Xian, was looking at Yi Xian intently. Her eyes were full of splendor. Although she was the little princess of the colored python race, she would at most become the leader of the colored python race in the future. But even so, she would still be controlled by the race's hidden bloodline, which was the bloodline of a Taoist. The Taoists of each race were responsible for the bloodline of their race. Basically, they were above the bloodline of the leader, who handled the daily affairs of the race. However, the beautiful Taoist of the color python race had always been at odds with Medusa. From Medusa's point of view, this was clearly an excellent opportunity for her to break free of her fate and control the entire colored python race in the future. She would no longer be controlled by the beautiful Taoist. In fact, if she grasped this opportunity and formed an alliance with Prince Xian and the others in the future, the current 3 dimensions of the universe would basically be controlled by this team. She was tempted. I called you here this time because I have a gift for you. Yi Xian's gaze swept past Medusa. He was certain, but his expression did not change. Then, he looked at Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyin, and Lang Ganglai. He said, "Right now, I have 3 universe Taoists from the top 10 races in the second universe. They are Ji Jingfeng from the Yingji race, Jin Haoyin from the Golden Eagle race, and Jin Haoyin from the Golden Eagle race. Jin Haoxiao from the Golden Eagle race, and Lang Gongxiang from the Greedy Wolf race." Chapter 3744. Seize his Taoist foundation and become stronger? I think that's a good idea. Ji Jingfeng is different from me. We've been fighting since we were young, and I've always been the one being bullied. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ji Jinghong was the first to respond. He was so surprised that he was about to cry. As the previous young clan leader of the Yingji clan, he was no stranger to Ji Jingfeng. They had been fighting in secret for a long time. However, Ji Jingfeng was the heaven and earth Taoist who was responsible for the bloodline inheritance of the Yingji clan. Ji Jinghong was destined to lose to him. Even if he became the future clan leader, it would be useless. He was bullied. Now that he heard that he could seize Ji Jingfeng's Taoist foundation and become stronger, it was a great joy. My situation is about the same. The Taoists in the clan who are responsible for the inheritance of the bloodline are basically the moon surrounded by stars. I've also suffered a lot from Jin Haoxiao, and I hate him to the core. Beside him, the previous young clan leader of the Golden Eagle clan, Jin Haoyin, said calmly. However, he looked at Yi Xian with gratitude. Just as he finished speaking, Lang Ganglai also began to gnash his teeth. Same for me. I still remember the last time Lang Gongxiang provoked me for no reason. He beat me up and broke one of my ribs. This was a happy ending. Since Ji Jingfeng and the other 2 heaven and earth Taoists were not on good terms with Ji Jinghong's group, it was naturally for the best. Yi Xian was very satisfied. He turned to Medusa and asked, "How about you? How's your relationship with the colored python clan's Taoist?" She's called Pretty Lady, but in fact, she's as vicious as a snake. One of my childhood friends was tortured to death by her. Medusa raised her hand and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Then, without waiting for Yi Xian to come back to his senses, she made a Taoist oath on the spot. Finally, she extended her hand to Yi Xian. "If she comes, remember to help me capture her. I want to join." "Welcome." Yi Xian grinned. This girl was indeed different. She was sharp and decisive. She was the best choice to control the colored python tribe. "As for you," Yi Xian let go of Medusa's right hand and turned to look at the other dozen or so young geniuses of the various races in the second universe who had already sworn a Tao oath. He continued, "If a Tao disciple from your race comes, I will definitely capture him, seize his Tao foundation, and achieve you. Then, I will find an opportunity to let you. We will use a legitimate excuse to leave the Shinnong Cauldron and return to the clan. Everything in the future will depend on yourselves." He didn't mention anything like the restriction of a Tao oath, nor did he say anything like a warning. These people before him were all smart people, so they naturally knew what to do. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Almost a month had passed since the date of the bet. During these 10 days, a few more old monsters from other clans had arrived, and they had brought along the hidden Tao children of their respective clans. There was a total of 6 region lords from the various clans that had arrived this time. Coupled with the 4 from before, there was a total of 10 region lords in the buffer zone of the root of all evil region. But even so, they still didn't dare to act rashly. After all, although the 10 region lords were in a terrifying camp, they still had a chance of fighting against an early-stage sector lord. However, if the ancient devil ape in the depths of the core hinterland was at the middle stage of the sector lord realm, then even if the 10 region lords attacked together, they wouldn't have any chance. If it was at the late stage of the sector lord realm, it would be easy to suppress it. What's more, the 6 old monsters who had just arrived had each brought a universe Taoist with them, making a total of 6 universe Taoists. In addition, they now had a countermeasure to break the concealment secret of the primordial little demon ape. In the eyes of the 10 region lords, this bet was already a sure win. As long as they captured the little ancient devil ape, the situation would be different. Therefore, it didn't act rashly. Instead, they waited quietly for the 6 Tao disciples of the various clans to adjust their states and prepare for another battle. With this battle, they would decide the universe in one fell swoop. The 6 Tao disciples were Tao disciple Jiao Zhengrong from the Barbarian Bull clan, Tao disciple Mei Jianyang from the Colored Python clan, Tao disciple Ling Puzi from the Tree Spirit clan, and Tao disciple Shiwan Jin from the Battle Lion clan. The 4 Tao disciples above were from various clans of the Second Universe Federation, including Ji Jingfeng and the other 2 who were previously captured. Among the top 10 races of the Second Universe Federation, 7 of the Heaven and Earth Tao children had already arrived. Excluding the Dark Turtle clan, the 2 Tao disciples who hadn't arrived were the Blood Dragon clan and Green Rock clan, which were ranked first and second in the top 10 clans. The other 2 Tao disciples who had arrived were from 2 clans of the First Universe. They were Yi Jiuming from the Hell Ant clan and Ming Mas Han from the Giant Ferocious clan. As soon as the 6 Tao disciples arrived, they immediately rubbed their palms together. They couldn't wait to enter the edge of the land in front of them and capture the little ancient devil ape. However, to be on the safe side, Jiao Kong immediately gathered the 6 Heaven and Earth Taoists together after arriving at the Fierce Horse Mountain. Then he showed them the video of Ji Jingfeng and the others being captured in the previous battle. In the end, he said solemnly, "That little monkey has some kind of strange concealment secret method. Even the powerful figures of the universe can't capture any of its aura." In the beginning, Lang Gongxiang and Ji Jingfeng suffered a great loss and were captured. In the second battle, the various clans won't send any other young geniuses with you. Apart from Gong Wuxin, who is still at the edge of the hinterland, only one Golden Eagle clan descendant with a cosmic realm cultivation will enter with the 6 of you. When the time comes, this descendant of the Golden Eagle clan will be responsible for using his clan's yin-yang eagle eyes to help you locate that little monkey at any time. So, try to protect him as much as possible. Otherwise, if something happens to him, to you, to lose both of your eyes, you will be in a passive situation. In addition, that little monkey has mastered another strange divine ability. Look at the scene before Shu Wushuang's death. His long-handled saber was clearly about to strike down, but at the last moment, he strangely withdrew and cut off his own head. From this, it can be seen how terrifying this divine ability is. You must be careful. Remember, there are only 6 of you in this battle. Any loss of any one of you is unbearable. The loss will affect the overall situation. Towards Jiao Kong's words, Jiao Zhenrong and the other 6 Heaven and Earth Tao children seemed to disagree. But after all, it was an old monster from the Domain Lord realm, and there were several other old monsters from the various clans listening on the side, so they all had expressions of deep agreement. They didn't dare to be careless and immediately nodded. Then, the group of 7 charged out of the Blood WRM clan's flagship fortress. They activated their bloodline and manifested their bloodline true forms. All of them were 3,000 meters tall and rushed toward the battlefield at the edge of the hinterland in front of them. Chapter 3745. Yixian did not want to be involved in such a sinister thing as stealing one's Tao foundation. Basically, all the major tribes had inherited this secret technique. Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, and Lang Ganglai were the young masters of the three tribes, so they naturally knew this secret technique. Yi Xian sealed the cultivation of Ji Jingfeng, Jin Haoxiao, and Lang Gongxiang, and handed them over to Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoxiao, and Lang Gongxiang. After that, he left the Shinnong cauldron and kept it in his undying world. Just as he finished doing all of this, a heaven and earth level ferocious beast arrived and reported to Yi Xian about the situation at the edge of the hinterland. There were already 7 juniors from various races that had entered the gambling grounds. Among them, 6 were heaven and earth supreme experts, and 1 was a golden eagle race expert of the cosmic light realm. 6 Taoists of heaven and earth? What a big move this time! Yi Xian's eyes flashed. At this time, he had activated his 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true form again, but his cultivation was still at the peak of the cosmic realm. There is actually a Cosmic Realm Junior from the Golden Eagle tribe. It seems that it was not a coincidence that we were exposed before. The Golden Eagle tribe must have used some kind of technique to see through the concealment effect of the perfect oscillation. A technique? Interesting. Unfortunately, all this is destined to be in vain. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian's figure sped through the air. He quickly stepped into the battlefield at the edge of the hinterland. Gong Wuxin was still obediently staying on the abandoned planet, maintaining the normal operation of the silver ball of reflection in the void above. In the void in front of him, there were 7 figures. Behind them was a 1,000-feet-long golden eagle. In front of it, there were 6 other figures in a row, except for Shi Wanjin of the Battle Lion tribe, who still maintained his human form. The other 5 figures were all thousands of feet long. They were a wild bull, a colorful python, a tree monster with countless vines and tentacles all over its body, and the Battle Lion tribe's Tao disciple, Shi Wanjin, who maintained his human form. In addition, there was a pitch-black hell ant and an extremely strong giant ferocious. Seeing the 3-headed, 6-armed immemorial demon ape, the 1,000-feet-long golden eagle immediately became nervous. However, the other party did not conceal himself, so he did not need to activate the bloodline ability of the Yin-Yang Hawkeye. The 6 Universe Tao disciples in front of him immediately roared and taunted him. 3 heads and 6 arms? This appearance is quite intimidating, but it's a pity that his cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, why would he only dare to sneak attack? Attack? If we were to fight head-on, I would be able to suppress him in a short time. Monkey, I'll give you a chance to surrender. Get over here immediately and surrender yourself. That way, you won't have to suffer so much pain. You. The Golden Eagle tribe's Golden Eagle was the demon ape demon. The Tao tribe's Tao's is a Tao disciple. You all want to be the oneses? This? Cut the crap. The Taoist child, will be fighting in the first battle. You can all rest. First transformation's the first transformation, transformation. Roar. An earth-shattering lion's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Just as Shi Wanjin finished speaking, the phantom of a 100-meter-tall lion appeared behind him. Its angry mane was stained with blood, and its furious eyes were filled with killing intent. It caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Then, the bloody phantom of a 100-feet-long wild lion entered Shi Wanjin's body. His body suddenly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, his bloodline true body was revealed. This was a 100-feet-long bloody wild lion. Its eyes were as big as a mountain, and they were burning fiercely. It stared at the immemorial demon ape in front of it, and had already locked onto his aura. The reason why Shi Wanjin did not directly reveal his bloodline true body was that once the 9 transformation of the wild lion was used, the battle blood in his body would instantly boil. It would not be activated until he saw his opponent. However, the second transformation was obviously far from enough. Second transformation of the blood wild lion. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the second violent lion's roar sounded out. Behind Shi Wanjin, another 3,000-meter-long blood-colored lion phantom appeared. It instantly entered his body, causing his body to expand once again. In the blink of an eye, he revealed his true body of a 3,000-meter-long berserk lion. The bloodline progenitor of the battle lion race in the second universe was a bloodthirsty lion from the primordial era. His 9 changes of the mad lion was extremely powerful, and he had even shone brightly in the primordial era. Legend had it that every time the 9 transformations of the bloodthirsty mad lion erupted with a new transformation, their bloodline true body would grow 10 times stronger. Even if their cultivation aura did not change, the difference in the power of their blood and chi was like the difference between heaven and earth. Any opponent who could match them before would be instantly crushed. After reaching the 9th transformation, the terrifying degree of its bloodline true body would increase exponentially. It would reach the level of the void giant turtle, and when it raised its claws, it could create a star field. However, no battle lion had ever reached that level. Even the current patriarch of the Battle Lion clan had only reached the 3rd transformation of the Blood Wild Lion. The previous young patriarch of the clan, Shi Ba Feng, was known as the existence with the strongest bloodline talent in the clan in the past 10,000 years. However, many years ago, he had already reached the 4th transformation of the bloodthirsty lion's divine ability. The first transformation was 1,000 feet. The second transformation was 1,000 feet. The third transformation was 10,000 feet. The fourth transformation was 100,000 feet. With a body of 300,000 meters, it was comparable to a starry sky fortress. Even a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was just a small thing in front of it. However, Shi Ba Feng had already been killed by the Netherworld Young Master. This matter was an eternal scar of shame for the Battle Lion clan. What the outside world did not know was that among the younger generation of the clan, other than the former young lord, Shi Ba Feng, the heaven and earth Taoist, Shi Wanjin, had also comprehended the 4th level of the bloodline ability of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion to the 4th level, which was the 4th transformation of the Blood Slaughter Lion. The level: 3rd transformation of the Blood Wild Lion. 4th transformation of the Blood Wild Lion. Roar, 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 as Shi Wanjin's words rang out one after another, and as he roared again and again, 2 wild lion phantoms appeared one after another behind his 1,000 feet blood lion true body. First, it was 10,000 feet in size, then it was 100,000 feet in size, especially the last 100,000 feet berserk lion phantom. Its entire body was stained with blood, and its fierce eyes were overflowing with killing intent. Its powerful and ferocious pressure caused the space in this area to tremble slightly. This 100,000 feet berserk lion phantom quickly entered Shi Wanjin's body, causing his body to continuously expand. In just a few breaths of time, his bloodline true body had expanded to 100,000 feet in size. His entire body was no longer just a phantom, but had a physical body like a small star that spanned across the void. Roar, shout Buddy and die. Chapter 3746. Rumble. Following Jiao Zhenrong's stomp, the void resounded with rolling thunder, and a hurricane swept up. Even though it was still thousands of miles away, Yi Xian could already feel the strong wind blowing against his face. Even he couldn't help but change his expression when facing such power. The Battle Lion race's 9 transformation of the Berserk Lion was indeed extraordinary. It was only the 4th transformation, but it allowed a universe realm expert to possess a bloodline true body that was 100,000 feet tall. It was so huge that it was like a star. With such a huge figure, just the pure strength of the physical body was already extremely terrifying. In fact, among the 6 great universe Dao children who came this time, the Dao child of the Berserk Lion race, Shi Wanjin, was the strongest. The other 5 were all at the 1st or 2nd level of the universe realm, but Shi Wanjin was at the 3rd level of the universe realm. Now, with the addition of the 4th transformation of the Berserk Lion bloodline, Shi Wanjin's cultivation had skyrocketed. He was now at the 5th level of the universe realm, close to the late stage of the universe realm. If Yi Xian used all his means, he naturally wouldn't be afraid, and killing him would be a small matter. His cultivation was a realm higher than Yi Xian's, and he had killed many opponents in a head-on battle. But now he was in his true form of the 3 heads, 6 arms demon ape, so there were too many techniques that he could not use. Even if he did not hide his cultivation base and displayed the battle prowess of a newly advanced universe realm cultivator, he was only at the first level of the universe realm. Facing this terrifying lion, he simply couldn't face it head-on. Otherwise, he would definitely be severely injured, and the result would be him coughing up blood and running away. Therefore, facing Shi Wanjin's leg that caused rolling thunder to rumble in the void, Yixian's only choice was to avoid the attack and fight in a roundabout way. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking rang out, and Yixian immediately used the void teleportation and disappeared. Almost at the same time, Jiao Zhenrong sneered, "This move again. Jin Zhanpeng, drag him out immediately." In the distance, the Golden Eagle tribe's cosmic light realm prodigy, Jin Zhanpeng, immediately activated his bloodline ability, Yin Yang Hawkeye. 2 rays of golden light flashed in his huge Hawkeye eyes as he turned his head and scanned the surrounding void. At this moment, Yixian was in the void 5 million kilometers to the right. When he performed the teleportation, he had activated the perfect oscillation of his mental power secret art. His figure and aura were completely concealed. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the electronic doppelganger that he had just refined not long ago. It also maintained a concealed state and flew into the distance without looking back. This electronic doppelganger was formed after Yi Xian's electronic consciousness entered the body of Di's doppelganger and refined it. Previously, it was only at the 13th Great Realm, Genesis Realm 9th Perfection. But now, after Yi Xian's original body had broken through, this electronic doppelganger's cultivation had also reached the cosmic realm. Level 1. Although there was still a certain gap between it and the cosmic realm 9th perfection that Yi Xian's original body in the form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape, they were still in the same great realm. In addition, this electronic doppelganger had already changed its appearance. It also had 3 heads and 6 arms. Although it was not the true form of the demon ape and only had an illusory appearance, it should not be a problem to deceive Jin Zhanpeng for a short period of time. At this moment, the electronic doppelganger in the form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape turned around and flew into the void ahead. It was precisely the area that Jin Zhanpeng's gaze was about to reach. Yi Xian's original body instantly retreated. He specifically chose the blind spots that Jin Zhanpeng's gaze swept and quickly approached the roaring Jiao Zhenrong. "I found him. He's in the void 5 million kilometers to the right. He's running away quickly." Soon, Jin Zhanpeng exclaimed in surprise. He must be afraid. Brother Wan Jin's 4th transformation of the Berserk Lion is indeed amazing. Not only did the little monkey hide his figure, but he also hid his cultivation to the cosmic realm 1st level. He's afraid of being discovered and wants to run away. Roar! Screech! As soon as Jin Zhanpeng's words fell, the gigantic lion Wan Jin immediately roared and chased in that direction. The other heaven and earth Taoists also did the same. Their bodies spread out to the left and right, surrounding the direction of the void. This was the rhythm of wanting to surround the target and block his escape route. Bang! Oh, almost in the next instant, a huge bang came from the left side of the border, followed by an extremely shrill scream, which made one's heart tremble. Everyone was stunned and subconsciously turned their heads to look. They happened to see a 3-headed, 6-armed figure appear in the void thousands of kilometers to the left. In the right hand of his flesh and blood body, he was holding a huge black stick that was 100 feet long. He was lifting it from the back of Jiao Zhenrong's head. The loud bang just now was the sound of the big-headed black stick smashing into the back of Jiao Zhenrong's head. As for the mournful howl that followed closely behind, it came from Jiao Zhenrong's mouth. With a heavy blow, a suspicious bulge could be seen with the naked eye in the middle of the 2 huge horns on his head. In the blink of an eye, it was like a huge mountain, and the 2 huge bulls on his left and right sides were like huge hills. The horns were all level. Originally, there were 2 horns on his head, but in the blink of an eye, a 3rd horn grew out from the middle of his head. Indeed, he lived up to his name, Lofty Horn. With such a heavy blow, Jiao Zhenrong's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. He could be considered unlucky. He was already targeted by Yi Xian, but Yi Xian's electronic avatar was exposed, causing everyone to scatter. When they were about to surround him, Jiao Zhenrong happened to be at the edge of the left side of the encirclement, making it extremely easy to attack. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't be polite anymore. The opportunity couldn't be missed, and it wouldn't come again. He quietly rushed behind him and instantly dealt with an opponent with a big stick. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the big-headed black stick and the unconscious Jiao Zhenrong disappeared at the same time. They were taken into the internal space of the Shinnong cauldron in Yi Xian's body. His figure also disappeared at this moment, and he immediately used void teleportation. Even if Jin Zhongping activated the Yin-Yang Hawkeye bloodline ability and scanned over, he would definitely not be able to see his traces. In the next moment, roars and roars sounded again and again. What happened? Why did this little monkey appear at the edge of Zuoji? Isn't it millions of miles away on the right? Jin Zhongping, explain it properly. Don't tell me that you suddenly went blind just now. Roar. It's too infuriating. He actually watched as Jiao Zhenrong was knocked unconscious by a stick and dragged away in front of everyone. What is this? Do you think we are nothing? Chapter 37:47. This is illogical. Facing the questioning and reprimanding of Shi Wanjin and the other four, Jin Zhongping stuttered. His mind was in a mess, and his mind was in a mess. When the loud bang and the mournful howl came from the edge of Zuoji, he subconsciously turned his head and glanced in that direction. He saw the three-headed, six-armed immemorial demonic ape holding a huge black stick, knocking Jiao Zhenrong unconscious, and then dragging him away. Then, the figure of the immemorial demonic ape disappeared again. When his mind was blown and he turned his head back to look at the direction he had been staring at all this time, he could still clearly see a blurry three-headed, six-armed energy ball of light. It was still in that direction, and it was fleeing into the distance at high speed. Even though Shi Wanjin and the others who had been chasing after Vijay had stopped because of the incident at the edge of Zuoji, that blurry ball of energy still didn't stop and continued to rush forward. Could it be that the little monkey suddenly teleported back and happened to appear behind Jiao Zhenrong? After knocking him unconscious, it immediately teleported again and reappeared in the void on the right, continuing to run for its life. Jin Zhongping immediately voiced out this conjecture as it flashed through his mind. This was also the only possible explanation because in the void in front of him to the right, the energy light cluster with 3 heads and 6 arms was indeed still there. He immediately shouted with certainty, "Damn it, that little monkey is too lucky." He teleported back and appeared behind Jiao Zhenrong. "Don't worry, everyone. This time, I will keep a close eye on him. As soon as he disappears, I will immediately warn him. This will not happen again." Although this explanation was a bit far-fetched, it did not exclude the possibility of luck. Although Shi Wanjin and the others were unwilling, they could do nothing but accept this explanation secretly. After all, Jin Zhongping did not need to lie to them. In the buffer zone outside, the old monsters of the Golden Eagle clan were all watching. If he dared to collude with the immemorial demonic ape, his end would be very miserable. It would be difficult for him to die, even if he wanted to. Roar. We can't care so much anymore. Surround him immediately and suppress this little monkey. Screech. Shi Wanjin raised his head and roared. He was the first to rush over. Yi Jiuming, Meng Mashan, Mei Jiaoyang, Ling Puzi, and the other 4 Taoists of heaven and earth stood on his left and right. They formed 2 halves and surrounded him. Jin Zhongping followed closely behind Shi Wanjin. From time to time, 2 faint golden rays of light would shoot out from his huge eagle eyes. His gaze was locked on the fuzzy energy light mass that was thousands of miles away. This time, he didn't even blink his eyes. He was determined to keep an eye on the little devil ape. As long as the little devil ape disappeared from his sight, he would immediately warn him. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had teleported to another direction, had been paying attention to the direction Jin Zhongping was looking at. He maintained a blind spot and quickly approached again. After a short while, he touched the back of Mama Shan. Without saying a word, he took out the big-headed black stick and smashed it at the back of his head. Bang! Oh, whoa! Almost in the next instant, a huge bang sounded from the edge of the left corner again, followed by an extremely shrill scream, which made one's heart tremble. This scene had just happened not long ago, and now it reappeared, causing everyone to be stunned and subconsciously turn their heads to look. In the void, thousands of miles away from Zhuji, a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. In the right hand of his flesh and blood body, he was holding a big-headed black stick that was 100 feet long. He was just lifting it away from the back of Mama Shan's head. The huge bang sound just now was still the sound of this big-headed black stick hitting the back of Mama Shan's head. The latter still rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Then the 3-headed, 6-armed Archean demonic ape took it back into its body along with the big-headed black stick in its right hand. It then disappeared. Roar? Jin Jiangpeng, do you have anything to explain? This is too much. What do you think we are? You used the same trick twice in a row to fool us? Kill him. This guy and that little monkey are in cahoots. Hateful. I was careless and mistakenly believed in a traitor, causing us to lose 2 heaven and earth Taoists and 1/3 of our combat power. We must kill him. In short, we can't believe it anymore. An earth-shattering roar sounded in an instant. This time, the remaining 4 heaven and earth Taoists stopped chasing in the void on the right. They had confirmed that there was no monkey hair there. It was clear that Jin Jiangpeng was misleading and diverting their attention so that the primordial little devil ape could take the opportunity to hit the stick. That little monkey, in fact, had been following behind. What is going on? This is not scientific. At this moment, Jin Jiangpeng was dumbfounded. Facing the angry roar of Shi Wanjin and the other 3, his body shook violently, but his eyes were always fixed on the right front. This time, even if there was a huge bang and a mournful scream in the direction of Zhuji, Jin Jiangpeng's line of sight, he did not withdraw his gaze. Until now, the blurry figure with 3 heads and 6 arms in the void on the right front was still firmly locked by him, and had not disappeared even for a moment. This also ruled out the possibility of teleporting back and hitting the stick. But Fierce Horse Mountain had clearly disappeared, and the earth-shattering bang and mournful scream just now did not seem to be fake. Fierce Horse Mountain did not need to make such a joke. With this doubt, Jin Jiangpeng finally turned his head subconsciously. This time, he began to scan the void in all directions with the bloodline ability of Yin Yang Hawkeye. Soon, a blurry figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared thousands of miles behind him. Jin Jiangpeng's body shook violently, and he suddenly turned his head and looked to the right front. Soon, a similar blurry figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in his line of sight. At this moment, he understood everything. His eyes lit up, and he immediately screamed, 2! Mother Faster's there are actually 2 of them. We've all been tricked. They're acting shamelessly. They actually used this kind of trick. One of the immemorial devil apes attracted my attention and confused me, while the other one was behind me. This is too shameless. This is cheating. They lost the bet. This is blatant cheating. Hearing this, Shi Wanjin and the other 3 were stunned again, and their faces were full of suspicion. Now, they did not dare to completely believe Jin Jiangpeng's words. Only now did you realize? You are as stupid as pigs. Bah, you are as stupid as pigs. That is an insult to pigs. Chapter 3748. Since you're so stupid, don't use the words of 2 demonic apes to slander me. Can't I have a doppelganger? Ha! While laughing, Yi Xian's original body directly teleported in the void. Although he couldn't pinpoint the exact location like the Space Mouse clan, he could guarantee the general direction. The next moment, his figure appeared in the void to the right, only 1,000,000 miles away from the electronic doppelganger. Yi Xian immediately rushed toward the electronic doppelganger, and the latter immediately turned around to face Yi Xian. After a short while, they met. After that, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the electronic clone was absorbed into his body. After all, He was only at the first order of the cosmic realm, so it was still quite dangerous for him to face these universe realm Taoists. Yi Xian didn't refine this electronic clone to rely on him to fight. He had other uses for it in the future. For example, just now, he had successfully confused the enemy's vision. It could be said that this was a surprise attack, and he couldn't afford to lose it. To be safe, he immediately absorbed the electronic doppelganger. Only when the doppelganger was absorbed into the undying world in his body did Yi Xian feel completely relieved. At this point, the truth was revealed, and everyone was suddenly enlightened. The primeval little devil ape actually had a clone. Although it was only at the first level of the cosmic light realm, it played a miraculous role in that segment just now. It caused the two universe realm Tao disciples to be tricked because of it. The backs of their heads were swollen, and they were miserably knocked unconscious before being dragged away. This was really too vexing. In the buffer zone outside the central region, the roars of the barbarian bull clan and the ferocious giant clan's domain masters were instantly heard. Roar. Too despicable, too shameless. He actually used his doppelganger to divert the attention of the Golden Eagle clan's juniors, while his original body hid in a blind spot and took the opportunity to beat them from behind. Such a simple trick was successfully carried out by him one after another. Two universe realm Taoists were killed just like that. It's simply too shocking. Puff, puff. At the end of the sentence, there seemed to be two muffled sounds. The barbarian bull clan and the ferocious giant clan's domain masters were very likely to be so angry that they coughed up blood on the spot. At the same time, in the void at the edge of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, Yi Xian raised his finger and pointed at Shi Wanjin, Beauty, Ling Piao, and Yi Jioming, who were roaring like thunder. He warned them with a sneer, "Don't worry, clean your necks and wait. This ape will deal with you all oneses one by one." In the end, he turned to look at the flustered and exasperated Jin Zhangpeng and sneered, "My avatar has already been exposed, so I won't use it again. After all, my cultivation is a little too weak, only at the cosmic realm first order. It's not suitable for me to participate in this level of battle. However, your eye technique is still ineffective against me. I'm warning you one last time. While you're still in one piece, you'd better get the hell out of this void battleground. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. This ape can guarantee you that your Golden Eagle tribe's so-called eye technique is nothing but bullsh*t in front of this ape." After saying that, Yi Xian activated the perfect vibration of spiritual power again. His figure disappeared completely in front of everyone's eyes. No one knew whether he had used the void teleportation to leave the void, or if he had simply activated the concealment technique he had mastered to conceal his figure and aura. Shi Wanjin, Beauty, Ling Piao, and Yi Jioming immediately looked at Jin Zhangpeng. They had misunderstood Jin Zhangpeng before, but now they trusted him again. At least there was a primordial little demon ape's doppelganger in front of them. The Golden Eagle clan's Yin-Yang Hawkeye eye technique was still reliable. Now, the primordial little demon ape's doppelganger had disappeared again. If they wanted to find him, they could only rely on Jin Zhangpeng. Poof! Just as the four of them turned their heads, Jin Zhangpeng opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow. Because of his carelessness, the Yin-Yang Hawkeye eye technique had been foolishly locked on to the fake target, which eventually led to the loss of two Heaven and Earth sect disciples. For Jin Zhangpeng, this matter was already very frustrating. However, at this moment, the primordial little demon ape said such words in public. It said that the so-called pupil technique of the Golden Eagle tribe was just a piece of **t in front of it. This was simply unbearable, too arrogant. Screech. "Little monkey, you've gone too far." In grief and indignation, Jin Zhangpeng raised his head and roared. Then, two golden beams of light suddenly shot out from the head of the giant body. Compared to the previous dim and blurry appearance, it was obviously much brighter. This was obviously because Jin Zhangpeng was completely enraged and went berserk. Even the Yin-Yang Hawkeye eye technique was greatly enhanced. This was indeed the case. As Jin Zhangping twisted his head, the two golden beams of light shot out from his huge hawk eye, swept the surrounding void. After only a dozen breaths, in the void thousands of miles away to the left, a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. Previously, when Jin Zhangping spied on the traces of Yi Xian with the Yin-Yang Hawkeye bloodline technique, only he could see it, and no one else could see it all, including when Jin Haoxiao used this technique. It was the same. But at this moment, because of Jin Zhangping's extraordinary performance and anger, the 2 golden beams of light shot out of his eyes were obviously much brighter. So when he locked on a Yi Xian with the Yin-Yang Hawkeye technique, the latter's figure was directly released from the perfect state of vibration and passively released. His figure was completely revealed. Not only Jin Zhangping, but also everyone else could see it clearly. Shi Wanjin, Mei Jiaonyang, Ling Puzi, and Yi Jioming were immediately overjoyed and praised him without hesitation. "Mr. Jin, you are amazing." "Yes, that's it. As long as you use this concealment technique, you will immediately find him. This time, the little monkey can't escape. He is destined to be suppressed. What are you waiting for? Let's go together and crush him." Roar. After Shi Wanjin finished speaking, he let out a final roar, causing the void to tremble slightly. His terrifying figure, which was over 100,000 feet tall, leaped forward. At this moment, a faint sigh came from the void in front of him. "I told you before, it is best not to use this kind of bullshit technique again, otherwise you will die miserably. It's a pity that you don't listen to my advice. In this case, don't go, you are destined to die here today." Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of scorching golden light suddenly shot out from between the eyebrows of the little primordial ape demon's fleshly body. A vertical eye appeared there strangely, blooming with golden light. Originally, there was only one ray, but it split into 2 in the middle of shooting, just in time to meet the 2 golden lights that represented the power of Jin Zhangping's Yin-Yang Hawkeye technique. On my eyes. Bang bang. Chapter 3749. Speaking of techniques, the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes of the Golden Eagle clan was indeed extraordinary. After all, it had the effect of prying into the void and breaking through illusions, which was extremely rare. However, if one were to compare it to Yi Xian's Demon's Soul Pupil, it would be far inferior. The Demon's Soul Pupil was the strongest technique. Yi Xian had only cultivated this technique to the intermediate level, but its power had already reached the level of prying into the origin. Once it was cultivated to the advanced level, or even stronger level in the future, its power would definitely be even more terrifying. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it the strongest technique. In fact, even the intermediate level of prying into the origin had already surpassed the effect of prying into the void and breaking through illusions of the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes. The difference between prying into the void and breaking through illusions and prying into the origin could be seen just by looking at their names. The reason why Yi Xian warned Jin Zhangping earlier was because he didn't want to expose this technique. At least, he didn't want to expose this strongest technique too early. After all, the current chaos in the source of all Evil Star region was only at the level of the younger generation. However, it would definitely be upgraded later on. The old monsters of various races would jump out one after another. This matter wasn't over yet. In fact, it was just the beginning of the curtain. At this time, it was necessary to preserve some trump cards as much as possible. Unfortunately, Jin Zhangping didn't listen to his advice and insisted on courting death. In that case, Yi Xian had no other choice. Although the Yin-Yang Eagle Eyes of the Golden Eagle clan was far inferior to the Demon's Soul Pupil, it at least had the effect of prying into the teeth and breaking through illusions. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to easily approach Jin Zhangping, and if he were to directly charge over and forcefully kill him, he wouldn't be able to instantly kill him. Once the time dragged on for a moment, Shi Wanjin and the other 3 would arrive and surround him, causing Yi Xian to fall into danger. In desperation, he could only reveal the Demon's Soul Pupil in advance and use this strongest technique to kill Jin Zhangping. The final result didn't disappoint Yi Xian. In the end, the battle between the two eye techniques ended with the complete victory of the demon soul eye. After the vertical eye between the eyebrows of the three-headed six-armed demon ape shot out a dazzling golden light, it immediately disappeared, in order to prevent this ability from being revealed for too long. The longer they wait, the more they will be exposed. At this moment, Shi Wanjin and the other three, as well as the countless experts from the powerful forces and clans in the buffer zone outside, were all stunned when they saw Jin Zhangpeng's eyes explode. Then, they all exclaimed in horror. What? Eye technique? The little monkey actually knows the eye technique? And it's so terrifyingly powerful. It's just a single ray of golden light, and it even split into two. When it met Jin Zhangpeng's Yin-Yang Hawkeye, it instantly caused his eyes to explode. What does this mean? This was clearly not the same level of power. Was the bloodline of the ancient ape demons so terrifying? Just in terms of eye techniques alone, he completely and utterly crushed the Golden Eagle clan. Vertical eye. It was actually a vertical eye. Just what was the origin of the ancient ape demons? To actually possess such a terrifying eye technique, it seems to be the legendary fiery golden eyes. Damn it, this battle has only just begun, and a third of the 6 Tao disciples of the universe have already been lost. Now, we don't even have the ability to break the primordial little demon ape's Yin-Yang Hawkeye. Instead, we're being restrained by our opponent. This battle is dangerous. This sudden and unexpected event was truly too unexpected. The Golden Eagle clan's Yin-Yang Hawkeye could be considered to be one of the rather renowned eye techniques. Never had they imagined that when it encountered the blazing golden light that shot out from the vertical eye between the primordial little demon ape's brows, not only did it retreat in defeat, even its eyes were directly blasted apart. This was simply inconceivable. In fact, it wasn't just them. It was even to the extent that the primeval porcupine, primeval tortoise, and the other ferocious beasts that were paying close attention to the development of the battle in the core area were extremely shocked at this moment. The two old geezers at the Region Lord realm even exchanged glances while they muttered in a light voice, and their gazes faintly revealed a wisp of doubt. This eye technique. Does the ancient ape demons possess such ability? Why didn't I know about it in the past? The little fellow is becoming more and more mysterious. Even this old tortoise has the feeling that I'm unable to see through him. At the same time, in the space at the edge of the core area, roar. So what if he possesses a formidable eye technique? Little monkey, you're still a fearful little fellow in my eyes. If you dare fight me in a head-on battle, then I'll definitely crush you on the spot. Come on, don't you have the Big Head Black Club? Don't you know how to strike from behind? My current size is over 300 kilometers long. Let me see exactly how strong your Big Head Black Club is, and if it's able to shake my bloodline true body. Roar. Amidst his shock, the heaven and earth Tao child of the battle lion race, Lion Wanjin, raised his head and roared. His terrifying body, which was like a small star, instantly soared into the sky, bringing with it the rumbling of thunder in the void as he directly crushed over 10 million miles away. The other 3 Tao Lords of the universe, Ling Puzi, Beauty, and Yi Jiuming besieged Yi Xian from 3 different directions at the same time. Swish! At the same time, the figure of the little primeval devil ape vanished while a weak sound of the air, being torn apart, resounded from the spot he stood on. As Shi Wanjin and the others surrounded him, he teleported away at the first possible moment. Although he couldn't accurately pinpoint the position of the Space Mouse Clan's Heaven and Earth Tao Lord Shu Wushuang in such a hasty state of teleportation, it was still not a problem to ensure the approximate location. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the void about hundreds of thousands of miles away from Jin Zhangpeng, and he appeared in a state of perfect vibration after activating the Psychic Power Secret Technique. His figure was not exposed at all. Then, Yi Xian activated the power in his body and unleashed an extreme speed, chasing after Jin Zhangpeng, who was fleeing to the dividing line ahead. The latter was only at the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Light Realm, while Yi Xian, in the state of the 3-head, 6-arms demon ape true body, had already reached the first level of the Universe Realm, and his speed was much faster than Xianxia's. In addition, he was intercepting and chasing from the side, so hundreds of thousands of miles of the universe void were left behind by him in just a dozen breaths. Screech! A sharp, piercing sound rang out, and at this moment, the figure of the little primeval devil ape appeared. With a flip of its right hand, the withered demon bloodblade, which had already changed its shape, was activated. It was 100 feet long, and it slashed towards Xianxia's neck. Screech! A muffled sound rang out, accompanied by a sudden mournful howl, and then it suddenly stopped. Xianxia's head rolled down, blood spraying into the sky, and he fell. After killing this eyesore of a bird, it will be the 4 of you next. Don't be anxious, and don't think about escaping. This ape has already said before that once you enter this void battleground, no one will be able to return alive. Chapter 3750. As Xianxia was beheaded, the buffer zone of the root of all evil was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the silver light screen in front of them that was created by the power of the crystal ball mirage technique. Their faces were full of shock, as if they had fallen into a daze. Only the time it took to eat a meal had passed since the second wave of battle teams entered the void at the edge of the hinterland. However, of the 7 people who fought, 2 had been captured and 1 had died. Now, there were only 4 heaven and earth Dao children left. Although there were only 3 heaven and earth pedophiles in the first battle team, the 4 remaining heaven and earth pedophiles were still stronger than before. However, Xianxia, who was sent by the Golden Eagle tribe to search for the traces of the primordial little devil ape, had died. As a result, there was no way to restrain the primordial little devil ape's strange concealment secret skill. The situation instantly became not optimistic. It could be said that the prospects of this battle were extremely gloomy. After a short silence, a noisy discussion sounded instantly, and there were roars and howls from time to time. Especially the higher-ups of the Golden Eagle clan. They watched Xianxia's head being chopped off. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood at this moment. Although Xianxia was not the heaven and earth pedophile of the Golden Eagle tribe, he had the cultivation of the 14th realm, the cosmic light realm, which was extremely rare. He was almost cultivated as a reserve pedophile by the Golden Eagle tribe. After all, even the young leader of the Golden Eagle tribe, who was in charge of the secular affairs of the tribe, had not reached the cosmic light realm. This showed the value and importance of Xianxia in the eyes of the higher-ups of the tribe. In fact, every tribe, in addition to the heaven and earth pedophiles who were fully cultivated, there would be several reserve pedophiles. They were also fully cultivated since young. Although the cultivation resources they received were far less than the pedophiles of the tribe, they were second only to the latter. The death of such a junior was a heavy blow to any race, even though it wasn't something they couldn't accept. Considering that pedophile Xianxia was still in the hands of the opponent and had not been released, it would be really troublesome if the shameless primordial little devil ape was angered at this moment. Otherwise, the Golden Eagle race's domain Lord Old Monster simply wanted to immediately charge into the void battlefield ahead and kill to vent his anger. And just as countless experts of the major forces in the buffer zone outside the central region burst into cries of alarm, there was a new change in the battlefield void at the edge of the hinterland. Swish! Show! Among the 4 surviving Taoists of the universe, Ling Puzi, the Taoist from the Tree Spirit clan in the second universe, suddenly grew in size. Countless thick roots that looked like tentacles suddenly shot out from the body of the gigantic tree monster that was like a giant tree that reached into the heavens like a net. With his original body as the center, it quickly spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a large area of the void that was 1,000,000 miles away. This is our race's bloodline ability, Vine Spirit Sealing Puppet. In the next moment, the hoarse voice of the Tree Spirit clan's Heaven and Earth Taoist, Ling Puzi, rang out and entered the ears of Shi Wanjin, Yi Jioming, and the beautiful woman. Of course, these words were said through sound transmission and were not heard by the outside world. Although these spirit vines can only cover a distance of 1,000,000 miles, in this space enveloped by spirit vines, as long as there is any strange movement, this sovereign will be able to immediately detect it and form a certain degree of sealing effect. Fellow Taoists, we have suffered repeated losses in this battle, and now there are only 4 of us left. Although we are not afraid of that little monkey, his strange concealment technique is truly a headache. Coupled with his kid's despicable methods, he stopped at nothing and utilized all sorts of underhanded moves. In my opinion, it's time to change our strategy now. We can't blindly launch sneak attacks like we did before. That's too passive, and it's no different than giving him a superb opportunity to launch sneak attacks and defeat us one by one. Let's change our strategy from offense to defense. In any case, there are still over 60 days before the bet, so we can completely shrink the circle of battle. Fellow Taoists, retreat to the space within 1,000,000 miles enveloped by my vine spirit sealing puppet and stand guard in one direction each. With that little monkey's temperament, he will definitely be unable to restrain himself after a long time. At that time, as long as he takes the initiative to attack and enters this space enveloped by spirit vines, this sovereign will be able to sense it at the first possible moment. Fellow Taoists, listen to my sound transmission at that time. Strike with all your strength, and the probability of killing him is at least 50%, far surpassing the current random pursuit. These words caused Shi Wanjin, Yi Jioming, and the beautiful woman to fall into deep thought, but after a short few breaths of time, they completely approved of it. Roar! Roar! Little monkey, don't talk big. If you have the ability to take the initiative to attack, Grandpa Lion will kill you immediately. Angry roars and violent howls rang out, followed by Shi Wanjin's low but heaven-like roar. His enormous bloodline true body, which was 100,000 feet tall, like a small star, slowly retreated until it was 1,000,000 miles away from the original body of the Tree Spirit Clan's Heaven and Earth Taoist Ling Puzi. Only then did he stop at the edge of the void covered by the spirit vines. At the same time, Yi Jioming, who is 3,000 feet tall, and the beautiful woman of the Colored Python clan also retreated without hesitation, guarding the other 2 directions of the spirit vine void. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Heaven and Earth Taoists had already hugged each other. At the center was Ling Puzi, the Taoist son of Heaven and Earth of the Tree Spirit Clan. He had performed the unique bloodline ability of his clan, Vine Spirit Seal, and covered a large area of the void 1,000,000 miles away with countless green vines of different thicknesses. The other 3 Heaven and Earth Taoists, Shi Wanjin, Yi Jioming, and the beautiful woman, revealed their respective bloodline true bodies, forming a triangular shape, guarding the edge of the 1,000,000 spirit vines void, attentively guarding. This was clearly the rhythm of changing from offense to defense. As a result, the strange concealment secret technique of the primordial little demon, ape, basically lost its usefulness. Anyone could see that in this 1,000,000 miles of void covered by countless spirit vines, as long as any existence approached, even if its figure and aura were completely wiped out, if the beauty went away, it would be discovered at the first moment. Seeing this scene, the countless experts of the major forces watching the battle in the buffer zone of the central region were slightly stunned, and all of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because in this way, they at least didn't have to worry about the remaining 4 Heaven and Earth Tao disciples in the void of the battlefield ahead. Like Jiao Zhenrong and Meng Ma Shan, they would be defeated one by the shameless little primordial demon ape. Their attacks would be sneak attacks. Chapter 3751. Swish. The sound of air being torn apart resounded as Yi Xian teleported through space, and his figure appeared at the left of this expanse of space that was enveloped by countless spirit vines. He was 5,000 kilometers away from them. Moreover, he hadn't activated the secret technique, perfect oscillation, and he'd brazenly revealed himself instead. What? Are all of you afraid? Weren't all of you bragging about crushing this ape just now? All of you have started to act like cowards in the blink of an eye? Tui, even describing all of you as cowards is giving all of you a high regard. That's an insult to the raven race. This ape takes back those words. It was a slip of the tongue. When he spoke halfway, Yixian suddenly recalled that a primeval turtle at the Region Lord realm was watching the battle from the depths of the core area ahead, and he hurriedly corrected himself. But at this moment, Yixian, who stood in space 5,000 kilometers away, faintly frowned. Because these four fellows had suddenly changed from offense to defense, and this caused Yixian to be in a very difficult situation. The comfortable feeling of being able to play to his heart's content and play as he pleased had vanished, and he felt fearful instead. This caused him to be extremely displeased. The tree spirit race was one of the top 10 races in the second universe. However, Yixian had very little contact with this race. But even then, he was still able to discern that the countless green vines of various thicknesses interweaved together and enveloped an area of 5,000 kilometers in space, and he absolutely couldn't enter rashly. Even though his secret technique, perfect oscillation, could perfectly conceal his figure and conceal his aura, so long as Yixian moved over and slightly touched even a single vine, then he would be noticed at the first possible moment. It just so happened that these vines weren't just numerous in number, they were densely interweaved together. Moreover, every single vine actually had even finer tentacles stretching out from them, and they seemed to possess intelligence as they fluttered through space like strands of hair. Under such circumstances, even though there were gaps in this net of vines that envelop an area of 5,000 kilometers in space, it was actually no different from being tightly stitched together. Those fine tentacles that fluttered about like strands of hair definitely possessed tactile abilities as well. However, once these boundless vines were dealt with, not to mention Yixian suppressing the World Dao disciple of the tree spirit race, Ling Puzi, it was even to the extent that Shi Wanjin, Yi Jiuming, and Beauty, who were lying dormant at the edge of this expanse of vines in space in the shape of a triangle. Not to mention Yixian was unable to make another move. These three fellows were all vines that fluttered about in space, so it was utterly impossible for him to approach them silently and launch a sudden attack. By surprise. Of course, if he didn't consider revealing his identity, Yixian had other methods to deal with these four fellows. For example, the Thunder Origin Bead, or directly taking out the Life Stronghold. 4 antimatter death light cannons with a diameter of 30,000 meters will be able to deal with this giant net of spirit vines. But that was obviously impossible. It was impossible for Yixian to pay such a price just to get rid of these four fellows as quickly as possible. Anyway, there was still plenty of time. Only 1/3 of the 3-month bet period had passed. Since the other party was not in a hurry, why should he be in a hurry? He could slowly think of a way to deal with them. Wasn't it just a competition of patience? This was his home ground. Moreover, he was waiting at ease for the exhausted. Let's see who could last longer. While thinking this, Yixian did not mind seeing that Shi Wanjin and the other 3 fellows were not responding to him at all. He grinned and directly sat down cross-legged in the air. You guys are not in a hurry, but this ape is not in a hurry either. This is a good opportunity for me to replenish my body. It's very fragrant. Bear with it for a while. If you want to eat it, just say the word. But this ape will definitely not give it to you. After saying this, Yixian no longer paid attention to the 4 fellows in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he directly took out a golden bird's head that was hundreds of meters in size from the internal space of the Shenong cauldron. It was the head of Jin Zhanpeng that he had just killed. He was clearly planning to roast it on the spot and eat to his heart's content. The battle was not over yet, but the enemy was already roasting the flesh and blood of his comrades. This kind of thing was indeed torturous, especially for the proud and arrogant heaven and earth sect disciples like Shi Wanjin, Mei Jiaoyang, Yi Jiuming, and Ling Puzi. The 4 fellows' eyelids twitched wildly as they secretly gritted their teeth. They all felt that their faces were burning, as if they had been slapped in the face by Yixian in public. In the buffer zone of the central region outside, the fleets of the major forces were cursing like a tide, especially the fleet of the Golden Eagle clan. From time to time, there were muffled sounds of blood spurting out. Some existences were obviously enraged to the point of being unable to take it anymore. The next moment, Yi Xian waved his hand and pulled out a Shinnong dual-colored flame from the Shinnong cauldron in his body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the huge eagle's head and began to roast it. At the same time, an unexpected system prompt sounded in the mind of Yi Xian at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have found Wood Spirit Essence. Effect: increase the grade of the Shinnong unusual flame. Do you want to extract it immediately? Huh. Wood Spirit Essence? It can actually increase the grade of the Shinnong unusual flame? Yi Xian was dumbfounded on the spot. He subconsciously looked at the void thousands of miles away where the endless spirit vines were. The so-called Wood Spirit Essence was obviously related to the large number of spirit vines that appeared when the Heaven and Earth sect disciple of the Wood Spirit clan performed his bloodline magic. This was simply a pleasant surprise. The densely packed green spirit vines that covered an area of millions of miles in the void originally gave Yi Xian a headache. He didn't expect to encounter such a turn of events and fall into his lap. He immediately carefully understood the situation and soon confirmed his guess. The so-called extraction was actually very simple. It was to use the Shinnong unusual flame to burn the green spirit vines in the void ahead. During the burning process, the spirit vines would wither and turn into ashes. The wood spirit essence contained in them would be directly absorbed by the Shinnong unusual flame and become the energy and resources for the growth and evolution of the Shinnong unusual flame. The spirit vines in front of him covered a large area of the void with a radius of millions of miles. Even if each spirit vine only contained a trace of the so-called wood spirit essence, the key was that there was a lot of it. According to Yi Xian's estimation, without expecting too much, it was very possible to upgrade the grade of the Shinnong dual-colored flame and let it evolve into the Shinnong tricolor flame. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't even have the mood to enjoy Jin Zhanpeng's eagle head. After roasting the eagle head in a hurry, he directly waved his hand and sent the eagle head, which had shrunk to about 70 feet and was roasted to a golden color, to the depths of the core hinterland behind him for the two old guys, Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Turtle, to taste. Then he suddenly stood up, raised his hand, and pointed to the void thousands of miles away, where countless spirit vines crisscrossed, and suddenly shouted, "You four guys, do you really think that this ape can't do anything to you if you hide like this? Isn't it just some green vines? This ape will burn them all to ashes. Let's see what kind of moths you can come up with." Boo. Chapter 3752. The Shinnong dual-colored flame that was shot out by Yi Xian was like a cloud of flames, with a diameter of 1,000 feet. Its speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, it traversed tens of millions of miles of space, arriving at the edge of the millions of miles of space that was covered by countless large and small vines. Compared to the spirit vine void that was 1,000,000 miles in radius, this Shinnong dual-colored flame that was only 1,000 feet in diameter was not very eye-catching. It was simply insignificant. Therefore, whether it was Ling Puzi, Yi Jiuming, Mei Jiaoyang, Shi Wanjin, or the countless starry sky expert from the various powers that were watching the battle in the buffer zone of the central region, almost none of them took Yi Xian's action seriously. They thought that he was deliberately bluffing. A flame cloud that was only 1,000 feet in diameter. Even if it was a bit strange, the flame seedlings were all dual-colored. However, no matter how powerful it was, its size was too small. How much of a threat could it pose to the countless spirit vines that covered millions of miles of space? It was simply a joke. However, just as the Shinnong dual-colored flame reached the edge of the spirit vine void and finally came into contact with the green spirit vines of varying thickness, a scene that caused everyone to be shocked, without any warning, suddenly appeared. Swish! The whistling sound of waves of flames rang out, followed by a dense, ear-piercing sound like boiling oil splashing on ice. The Shinnong dual-colored flame, which was only 1,000 feet in diameter a moment ago, actually burst into flames the moment it came into contact with the edge of the spirit vine void. In less than a breath's time, it had already spread nearly 10,000 miles, and in an instant it burned a large, dazzling hole in the spirit vine void that was 1,000,000 miles in radius. What the hell is this? Ah, save me, this ghost flame is actually absorbing my wood spirit essence. This is the life source of my wood spirit clan. In the central territory of the spirit vine void, the calm and composed Ling Puzi of the wood spirit clan, the heaven and earth sex Ling Puzi, suddenly paled. He let out a shrill scream of terror, and his entire body began to tremble at this moment. Shi Wanjin was stunned. Yi Jiuming and the beautiful lady were stunned. The countless Star State experts of the various races who were watching the battle in the buffer zone outside of the central domain were all stunned at this moment, under the stunned gazes of everyone. As soon as the canopy descended, it spread from 1,000 feet in diameter to a radius of 10,000 miles. In just a short span of 1 or 2 breaths, it had already become overwhelming. The entire void of 1,000,000 miles that was filled with countless spirit vines of all sizes was completely burned in an instant. It began to burn. Seeing this, even Yi Xian was shocked. A saying suddenly appeared in his mind: drywood meets fire. However, although the Shinong dual-colored flame could definitely be called a raging fire, these endless spirit vines of various sizes that covered an area of millions of miles were clearly not drywood. All of the vines were green and full of vitality. There was only one explanation for this unexpected situation, and it was that the wood spirit essence contained within these spirit vines had some sort of special nature to the farmer god unusual flame. It was like the most flammable item, and as soon as it came into contact with it, it would be impossible to control the intensity of the fire. When the two met, this was destined to be the result. A single spark could start a prairie fire in an instant. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, the void of 1,000,000 miles in front of him had already completely turned into a sea of fire. Shi Wanjin, Yi Jiuming, and the beautiful lady, who were originally standing in a triangular formation at the edge of this spirit vine void, immediately moved with a face full of horror and shot away, avoiding this strange sea of flames that was burning so fast that it was frightening. There are too many kinds of flames in the world. As the heaven and earth Tao children of a large race, the three of them had also seen many strange flames, but like this dual-colored strange flame in front of them, which was only about 1,000 feet in diameter at the beginning, and had spread to a radius of 1,000,000 miles in just 2 or 3 breaths, they had never heard of such a thing before. It was simply terrifying and frightening. "Ah, save me, save me," as Shi Wanjin and the other two left in fear. Only Ling Puzi, the heaven and earth Tao child of the Wood Spirit clan, was left in the terrifying sea of flames of 1,000,000 miles. He had been struggling and even wanted to cut off the connection between his body and these spirit vines so that he could escape. Unfortunately, when the Shinong dual-colored flame encountered this kind of spirit vine that contained the essence of the wood spirit, the speed of the fire spread was too fast. He had no time to cut off all the spirit vines, and his body was completely enveloped in the sea of flames amidst a series of terrified screams. In less than 10 breaths of time, Ling Puzi's screams that were filled with fear came to an abrupt end and completely disappeared. The void of 1,000,000 miles in front of him had been completely enveloped by the strange dual-colored flame seedlings, and this vast dual-colored strange flame also began to shrink rapidly at this moment. Starting from the edge of the sea of flames, the blazing dual-colored strange flame quickly rolled inwards. During this process, as the dual-colored flame that had reached a radius of 1,000,000 miles became smaller and smaller, the color of the flame seedlings was also constantly changing. At first, the original 2 colors of the flame seedlings became more and more intense, and in the end, the 3rd color finally jumped out. At this time, the entire sea of flames that had just spread to a radius of 1,000,000 miles a few moments ago had also shrunk to the original radius of 100 feet, small and inconspicuous. It was almost no different from when it was summoned by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. The only difference was that there was an additional color. From the dual-colored flame, it became the current tricolor flame. It was also at this moment that the familiar system prompt that made Yi Xian ecstatic finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Shinnong Strange Flame has successfully evolved. Current level, Shinnong Tricolor Flame. Tricolor Flame. It finally succeeded. Yi Xian was overwhelmed with emotions, tightly clenching his fists and then waving his hand. The Shinnong Tricolor Flame that was floating in front of him was absorbed by Yi Xian and returned to the Shinnong Furnace. Although the Shinnong Strange Flame in the Central Region Volcano in the inner space of a Shinnong Furnace was still a dual-colored flame, but the dual-colored flame that Yi Xian had just summoned was of the same origin as the Shinnong Strange Flame in the Central Region Volcano. Now that it had returned to the Shinnong Furnace, it was like a fire seed that would immediately affect the Shinnong Strange Flame in the Central Region Volcano. Flame. It caused a qualitative change, transforming into a tricolor flame in the shortest amount of time. After doing all this, Yi Xian turned his head and swept his gaze across the void in the distance, just in time to meet the gazes of Shi Wanjin, Yi Jiuming, and Mei Jianyang. Chapter 3753. This ape said that if you come here, don't think about leaving. I will suppress you one by one. Just now was just the beginning. Now, it's your turn. Guess, who is this ape's target this time? Screech. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian suddenly let out a fierce roar. With a slight shake of his shoulders, his figure suddenly disappeared. No one knew whether he had used the void teleportation or just activated the strange concealment secret technique again. His aura was hidden, but his figure was still in the same place. Shi Wanjin, Yi Jiuming, and Mei Jianyang's eyes flickered with a faint light, and their faces were all filled with resentment. Before this, they had been ridiculing Yi Xian, mocking him for only daring to use underhanded methods, hiding behind the back to attack, but not daring to fight head-on. However, he could not say such words now, for he lacked confidence. This was because just a moment ago, the other party had already dealt with a heaven and earth Tao child in broad daylight. Ling Puzi of the Wood Spirit race did not even have the chance to struggle before he was completely dealt with in an incomparably swift manner. Now, they finally realized that this primordial little devil ape was extraordinary. Not only was he ferocious, but he also had extraordinary means. After careful calculation, the number of heaven's prides of various races that had died in his hands had already exceeded 100, and there were even 6 or 7 heaven and earth Paozi. This was definitely not a coincidence. The sudden appearance of the Shinnong Strange Flame finally made Shi Wanjin and the others realize that they had encountered a strong enemy this time, and the pressure of this battle increased sharply. Now, the primordial little devil ape had once again hidden his figure, but not only did they lose Jin Zhanpeng, who had the Yin-Yang Hawkeye magical ability, even Ling Puzi, who had activated his bloodline ability and evolved a void spirit vine that covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles, had also died in an instant. The situation for Shi Wanjin and the other two was extremely grim. Roar. 2 fellow Taoists continue to shrink the defense line. The opponent's concealment technique is too strange. In this situation, it is really disadvantageous for us to fight with him. We can only continue to defend. Shi Wanjin raised his head and let out an angry roar. At this moment, Shi Wanjin had become even calmer. He didn't try to hide anything and said bluntly, "We should hide together and guard our own areas. Once that little monkey makes a move, we will naturally have a way to suppress it." Even though this seemed to be passive, it was also a helpless action. Under the situation where they were unable to lock onto or even find out the whereabouts of their opponent, this was obviously the only choice. But, however, the beautiful universe Tao child of the Color Python clan clearly had some misgivings. On the other side, Yi Jiuming, who was in the void, had already rushed towards Shi Wanjin's location. However, she was still standing in the void. His face was full of fear, and he hesitated. But if we just gather together and defend the void, what if that guy sets fire again? Wouldn't that be terrible? Moreover, our Color Python clan also has an eye technique called Furious Python Blazing Rainbow. Although it doesn't have the effect of breaking through illusions, it can ignore physical defenses and instantly petrify the target. However, this kind of eye technique can only be used to attack from a distance. It can't be used at close range. Its power needs a certain distance to accumulate during the shooting process to maximize its power. Why don't you defend and be the bait? I will conceal my figure and hide in the void. As long as that little monkey appears, we will immediately attack with the eye technique of our colored python clan. In this way, we will have a much higher chance of keeping it in a pincer attack. The beautiful universe Dao Child discussed these words with Shi Wanjin and Yi Jiuming via voice transmission. After pondering for a moment, the two of them quickly agreed with this plan. Immediately, the beautiful universe Dao Child of the colored python clan concealed her aura and concealed her figure. At the same time, she performed the void teleportation and left the place. This was to prevent the primordial demon ape from sneaking up on her and attacking her with a big-headed black stick. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, who was hibernating in the void in the distance, almost burst out laughing. Just now he displayed his strongest eye technique, the demon's soul pupil. The light it emitted was extremely scorching. It gave people the feeling that it was an offensive eye technique. As a matter of fact, the power displayed by the scorching golden light was exactly the same. After all, the Golden Eagle clan's cosmic light realm expert, Jin Zhanpeng, was blinded by the scorching golden light. His eyes were instantly blasted apart. It was this scene that had unknowingly misled Shi Wanjin, the beautiful universe Dao Child, and Yi Jiuming. Generally speaking, the power of an eye technique could only be displayed at a certain level. For example, the yin-yang eagle eyes of the Golden Eagle clan had a certain effect of void glimpse and illusion breakers. However, it was only an auxiliary eye technique. It didn't possess any offensive ability. As for the Color Python clan's Furious Python Blazing Rainbow, it was an offensive eye technique. It didn't possess any auxiliary ability such as void glimpse and illusion breakers. The demon's soul pupil that Yi Xian displayed just now had already displayed its offensive ability. Moreover, the scorching golden light only flashed for a moment. It didn't stay exposed for too long. This directly led to the misunderstanding of the beautiful universe Dao Child and the others. They believed that the little immemorial devil ape's eye technique was only an offensive ability. Just like the Furious Python Blazing Rainbow of the Color Python clan, it didn't have the effect of void glimpse and illusion breakers. In other words, after the beautiful universe Dao Child concealed her aura, the little immemorial devil ape wouldn't be able to see through her because its cultivation base was lower than hers. Therefore, if there were no accidents, even if she didn't have a strange concealment secret technique like the little immemorial devil ape, it wouldn't be able to see through her. In this way, her own safety would be guaranteed. At the same time, she could hide herself and wait for an opportunity to make a move secretly. At least this would form a certain degree of deterrence, which would make the primordial demon ape fearful. It was indeed wishful thinking. Unfortunately, she miscalculated the most crucial point. Yi Xian's demon soul pupil was the strongest eye technique. Not only did it have offensive abilities, but it was also very powerful in some auxiliary abilities. Void glimpse and illusion breakers were simply a piece of cake. Its auxiliary ability even had the effect of peering into one's origin. It could see through one's essence through one's appearance. It was simply heaven-defying. At this moment, Yi Xian directly activated his strongest eye technique again without hesitation. However, this time, he didn't activate its offensive ability. Instead, it was an auxiliary ability. Moreover, he deliberately controlled it so that the light from his eyes wouldn't leak out. With a sweep, the beautiful figure of the Colored Python clan's Dao Child of Heaven and Earth appeared in his field of vision. Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He directly moved to the back of the beautiful universe Dao Child. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out the 300 zhang long, big-headed black stick and smashed it at the back of the beautiful universe Dao Child's head. Asterisk bang, asterisk roar. At the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out, followed by a long, mournful howl that hadn't been heard for a long time. As a colored python, The beautiful universe, Dao Child, was in so much pain that she let out a wolf howl. It was indeed difficult for her. In the distant void, Shi Wanjin and Yi Jioming, the two Dao children of the universe Dao Child, who were waiting for a battle, trembled a few times as if their bodies were conditioned reflexes when they heard the familiar loud noise and wolf howl.